Stop or something's not right. Ma'am, I need you to step aside for a moment, please.
Well, that's not going to be there once this goes on, video on demand. That's going to get chopped out because Metallica is notorious for copyright strikes. So I don't even know. Did I even get clipped for that already? Anyway, what's up, everybody? So glad everybody's here tonight. I am early tonight. It's so early tonight. Wow, look at this. It's 7:22. There's a reason we're early, because I was in Rob Govia's chat and someone said something about him raiding me, and he said, yeah, I'll raid Jim Tells You. And I was like, I guess I got to start my show early. So here we are. So we'll see what happens. We're going to get a good show tonight. Yes, we also got raided by America's Untold Stories over there on Rumble. So that was very nice of them. Eric Hunley and Mark Robert, great guys. I love that show. I love watching it. They're very, very, very entertaining guys. Keep you informed on stuff of the day. We got a lot of news to talk about today, but let's just start at the beginning and do what we do. Let's say hi to everybody who's here. Neurodivergent One, what's up? Sent you a DM on X. I got that. No problem. Thank you so much. Absent-minded. Super kind of early, seems like, at 7:30 Eastern start times. Yeah, it's super kind of early. That's right. Jim's on early. Catherine K, thank you. None of your business. What a nice surprise. Yes, Rob Gavea said he's going to raid me, so I'm going to start when he ends. But I start a little earlier. That way, when he ends, I'm already going. It is what it is. We got some people over on Twitch saying, what's up with the duck? That's right. A sunny day. Nice. What's up? Yeah. Eric Hunley rated the stream. Thank you so much. Pam Graham on early. Delay is obvious. Is doing this daily or is this Blue Moon? I'm going to do this whenever I can. I do have other stuff going on with my grandkids, so when I have them, I can't start early. I got to wait till they go to sleep. But on days that I don't have them, I'm going to try and start early. That way I don't interfere with Joe's streams who come on later, who maybe if Joe streams, I could raid Joe, maybe, and go back and forth, do kind of things. So, Catherine K, what's up? Great to see you. Yes, people like consistency. Yes, they do. And I'm trying to be consistent to stream as much as possible. That's right. Yeah, check out America's Untold Stories over on Rumble if you guys haven't, if you don't know who that is. You're going to mess up my sleep schedule. Well, I'm sorry, Pam Graham. I don't want to do that. 2 minutes to the Gavia raid. Thank you. Thank you. What's up, Jim? What's up, everybody? So let's do this. Let's just say how we always do. Start of every show. We do have a goal, as we do every show. When we hit $100 in total donations across all platforms, YouTube Super Chats, Rumble Rants, Locals Coins, Kick and Twitch memberships. Also, there's Ko-fi, Cash App, and PayPal, and Super Tips posted in the chat, pinned in the YouTube and Rumble chat. And also, there's going to be on the screen, there's QR codes for Cash App right now. I'll switch it back and forth between Cash App and PayPal. But when we hit 100 in total, we add an extra hour to the show for every 100 in total that comes in. And that includes gifted memberships or becoming members too on YouTube or Rumble. For every 100, we add an extra hour to the show. And also as an added bonus, when we hit 50, we activate Bella Vision for the evening. There's Bella. She's where she always is. You'd think maybe it's earlier in the night. Maybe Bella would be running around. But no, Bella's always in her spot. That's Bella's spot. That's where she likes to be. She loves it there. You cannot get her out of her spot. But anyway, when we hit 50, we activate Bella Vision. That's, of course, unless somebody is generous enough to give an individual donation of $25 or greater. That could be a $25 Cash App or PayPal. That could be, why do I look dark? Something wrong with my lighting? Hold on. Man. What is wrong with my lighting? If somebody makes an individual donation of $25 or greater, then that would activate Bella Vision automatically for the evening. But there she is. That's Bella Vision. That's what you get. And so let's do this. Let's jump right into the show. Hey, look at the Finches here. Thanks for being here. Rob sent me. That's awesome. We love Rob. He is honestly, I think he is very much YouTube's best streamer at this point in time. Like, he should be on a cable news channel. Rob's show should be on, Rob on Fox would be better than Tucker Carlson ever was. And that's my opinion. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion, but I think he's great. Woo, you're early. Yes, I am, Tom Bravo. But anyway, let's get into the first news story of the evening. What do you say? Turns out that the Saudi Arabian Crown Prince wants the U.S. government to send in ground troops. All right. U.S. war update. Saudi Crown Prince reportedly pushing Donald Trump to escalate. All right. In a private conversation with Donald Trump, the Saudi Crown Prince has been pushing Trump to escalate the war. So let's see what Trump has to say here.
Yeah, they did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. And it was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that
Hopefully
meant
it wasn't a booby
one
prize.
thing to me: we're dealing with the right people.
Is that nuclear related?
No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related, and it was a very nice thing they did. But what it showed me is that we're dealing with the right people. Because you don't know. Because
Nancy, Texas,
the leadership
Nancy.
was killed, all gone.
And Texas, Nancy. Thank you. Wow, that's crazy.
With all
right?
due respect,
Oh, no, we don't want.
hang
Oh,
on,
with all due
Kelly,
respect.
with all due respect, Nat,
What?
that is the biggest load of crap I have ever heard. Claire.
What is just going on there? It's the biggest line of crap. That could be. What is happening now? Oh, so U.S. war updates. Donald Trump reportedly. So welcome to our live coverage. It says the United States is reportedly preparing to send thousands more troops to the Middle East as we continue to get mixed messages from the Trump administration. I don't know about mixed messages. I mean, Cracker Jack prize. It could be. Could be. I want to thank everybody who's here. Thank everybody who's here from Gavea and from America's Untold Stories. We really appreciate it. What is wrong with this? So, there's reportedly sending a lot more troops. All right, multiple U.S. media outlets, including Fox News and the Wall Street Journal, report that the Pentagon is gearing up to send soldiers from the Army's 82nd Infantry Division to the region. Hey, Nixie Nix, great to be here. Thank you for being here. The 3,000-strong combat team is designed to be a rapid response force. The Department of War has yet to formally announce the deployment. Well, we have a story later with talking about them announcing it. So, yes, definitely. Check out Rob Gavea. Check him out. You're late? No, you're not late. I started way early. I'm way early. Okay. Meanwhile, the New York Times reported that the Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, has been privately pushing Donald Trump to escalate the war. There will have to be boots. Bad look if they are American boots. Yes. I don't know why, honestly. Hey, what's this? Hey, what's up? Spuds came over from watching the Watchers on Rob's channel. Well, thank you so much, Joe Vagan. Thanks for being here. Thank you. You missed this new time. This was like a last minute thing, Lynn. Rob Gavea said he would raid me, so I started early because I have to get more eyes on the channel and more people. So, hey, Muffin Rando, thanks for being here, buddy. Thank you so much, Muffin Rando, for everything that you and KB have done. I really appreciate it. War is good business. Invest your sons. No, I don't want to invest sons. So he's reportedly of the opinion that the war represents a historic opportunity to remake the Middle East and remove the long-term threat of Iran's regime. In a series of conversations over the weekend, Prince Mohammed has conveyed to President Trump that he must press forward towards the destruction of Iran's hardline government. Yes, that's right. Saudi Arabia, to no surprise, wants the Iranian government gone, and he wants Trump to do it. Now, basically, I don't know if that's a good idea, but I mean, as far as us getting our boots on the ground, I don't think that's so much of a good idea. I mean, we're going to have to do something like Carg Island, maybe do, I don't know, maybe do a minor incursion to get the uranium or something like that. But I don't know, man. This is like the Saudis better be ready to put up money and put up some of their own troops. Thought I had followed you, but I guess that was on YouTube. That's a quote from Stephen King's book. The military-industrial complex is strong. Well, we'll see. Hey, well, thanks for being here, CF Bro, CFro BW. Awesome. I want to thank all the people here. Wow, there's over 700 people watching right now. I want to thank you all for being here, and I'd like to ask you please to like and subscribe to the channel and give us a little time to work some stuff, and then subscribe from Watching the Watchers. Thank you, Natalie Ray. I bet Carg Island will be it. I think so. That's what I think. So, yeah, got to do what you got to do to get eyeballs in areas. Well, that's what you got to do. I mean, the raid worked. Awesome. Thank you. If someone like Rob is willing to do it, I'm going to start when he can go because, I'm a small channel. I hopefully will get over 2,000 subs today, but we'll see. But for everybody who's new here, has never been here before, the way the show works is we do about 2.5 hours, where we cover a whole bunch of news topics. I participate in the chat as much as possible, answer questions in the chat. You don't have to super chat or anything like that for me to see your question and answer it. I try to go back and forth as best I can. But how it works is we have a goal of $100 for an extra hour of show. For every $100 in total that comes in, we add one additional extra hour to the show. So the show could be 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, whatever. Also, what we have is an added bonus. When we hit $50, we activate Bellavision for the evening, and you can watch Bella do all her tricks that she does on the screen. And but if somebody is generous enough to give a $25 individual donation, which could be like 5 memberships gifted, which Spuds just did on YouTube, 5 gifted memberships, then that activates Bellavision automatically for the evening. So now Bellavision will be here for the rest of the evening, and you can watch all her tricks. Thank you, Spuds, for the 5 gifted memberships. Jonah Finn X, Robert Hunt, Sue E. Generous, Stephanie 1966, and Limey G all became memberships thanks to Spuds. And that means that our goal has been reduced now to just $75 to add the first extra hour to the show. And that, that could be on YouTube, Super Chats, it could be Rumble Rants, it could be Cash App, PayPal, Coffee, Ko-Fi, whatever you want to call it. And Super Tips is all pinned in the YouTube and Rumble chat. There's also, locals, coins, and Kick and Twitch memberships. But we add it all up when we hit 100. We add, an extra hour to the show, and the show could be as long as you guys want. You guys decide how long the show is, but thank you so much, Spuds. Don't mind me, you can give him YouTube follows too, even if you don't use it. That's right. And it's awesome. Thanks, Finch. Let's see. Nice, Spuds. Thank you. Welcome to the new members. Definitely. Bella flip tricks are amazing. Yeah, she does crazy flip tricks. It's crazy how she does it. You got to watch closely when she does it, though, because, you never know. You never know how could it, like there, she just flipped. She just does tricks where she rolls over and flips, and there she goes again. It's crazy how she does it. Anyway. All right, so here we go. So Prince Mohammed, the people familiar with discussion said, has argued that Iran poses a long-term threat to the Gulf that can only be eliminated by getting rid of the government, which the government sucks. Let's be clear. The Iranian government sucks. It oppresses their people like crazy. All right. And it's not, not how we would call a government, that's for liberty or anything like that. So we need to go, oh, look at this right here. Lisa Day, tell us the news. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lisa Day. That $10 brings our goal now to just $65 away from adding the first additional hour of the show. Thank you so much. Yes, Rob Raid. Yeah. Howdy, boom shakalaka. So newspaper cites people briefed by American officials on the conversation. So Bin Salam apparently wants Mr. Trump to revive one of his earliest stated objectives in the war, full-blown regime change. The president initially urged the Iranian people to overthrow their government before quietly dropping the rhetoric a few days in. Well, I would argue that he hasn't dropped the rhetoric. What he's done is say to wait. That's what he's telling the people, to wait until it's ready. He doesn't want the Iranian people to get killed by our bombs and stuff dropping. All right. He wants to, when they're ready. Like, I would think they're going to have to kind of arm them somewhat in some way. They can't just expect them to go running out there and get mowed down like they did before. We mentioned earlier the Crown Prince has been privately urging Trump to escalate the war. Mr. Trump was asked about it earlier and offered some brief remarks on the matter. Although he quickly went off on a tangent. He said, he's a warrior. He's fighting with us, by the way, Trump said. Saudi Arabia's been excellent, and the UAE excellent. I'll tell you, Qatar, incredible. Yeah, that's right. You don't have 60% enriched uranium for civilian purposes. They have admitted they have it. Yeah, that's what caused this. Is they told us, no, we've got this, and you can't stop us. We have a right to it. You can't keep us from doing it. You can't do it militarily. We can't. Well, watch. So we'll see what happens with that. All right, let's go to this next story here. Well, it's just the same story, basically, and this is from ABC. Same thing from the Israel Times of Israel says Saudi Arabia is pushing Trump to keep fighting. Iran put boots on the ground. Bin Salam has several times pushed the president to keep fighting until the regime is toppled. He also believes that Iran can continue to target Saudi Arabia and threaten shipping after the war. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing is Iran will target Saudi Arabia. Iran's going to target anybody who's been doing anything to help the U.S. So we have to we have to probably finish. We don't want to start something and do it half-ass, bottom line. You want to finish it. Finish what you started. That's it. Hey, what's up, AZ lady? Hello, all. Thanks for being here. All right. And then this is this gift that Trump was talking about that he teased in that clip earlier. Trump says Iran has agreed to no nuclear weapons in a major concession. I mean, did they ever admit that they wanted nuclear weapons? Oh, let's see.
Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now. They're doing it along with Marco, JD. We have a number of people doing it, and the other side, I can tell you, they'd like to make a deal. And who wouldn't if you were there? Look, their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their communications are gone. That's the biggest problem. It's very hard to communicate them between themselves. All of the anti-aircraft is gone. Most of their missiles are gone. We either shot them or they shot them and don't have them anymore. They're down to a trickle. Pretty much everything they have is gone. I don't know. Can you name one thing that's not gone, or can you name one thing that's doing well? You know, if you read the papers, you think we're tied. You think we're in a tough battle. We are roaming free over Tehran, the city, Tehran, as opposed to Iran. We're roaming free. We can do whatever we want. And as you know, today we were going to have the privilege of shooting down a very big electric generation plant, one of the biggest in the world. And one shot to the right location ends the plant, it collapses. And we held off based on the fact that we're negotiating. Yeah.
What do you think was the turning point to make you want to pursue a ceasefire? A few days ago, you said you wanted to continue bombing Iran. Now you want to pursue peace talks. Was there something that happened?
The fact that they're talking to us and they're talking sense. And remember, it all starts with they cannot have a nuclear weapon. Just, I said yesterday, they said, what are the top 10? I said, well, number 1, 2, and 3 is they can't have a nuclear weapon. And they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And we're talking about that. And I don't want to say in advance, but they've agreed they will never have a nuclear weapon.
Well, that's the thing. They agreed they will never have a nuclear weapon. That's the big news, the surprise that Trump was teasing earlier. Let's see who else is here. Donut Mind Me says their navies now identifies as submarines. Yes. And Joe Vagan says when these dictators say, "Oh, you can't do anything to us," Trump just needs to say, "You know who Maduro is and where he's at? Oh, that's right, we got him. That's right. Turn their entire navy into a submarine." Yes, they did. So that's the thing. Like, I think we're slowly but surely reestablishing that America decides what happens in the world. Okay, some people might not like it, but someone's got to be in charge. Some people want it to be China, but I don't think we want it to be China. So Trump says they've agreed they will never have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that. Iran has not stated that publicly and denied even talking to the U.S., but Trump has made clear that the no nukes demand is necessary for the U.S. to stop its military campaign. Well, I mean, we've got a story a little later in the show that CNN had a report that, yes, Iran has admitted that they are talking to the Trump administration. The president's comments came as the U.S. and Iran is preparing another round of negotiations to attempt to bring a ceasefire to the war, which while also gearing up for major combat operations if the talks fall apart. I mean, there's things, like they say, Teddy Roosevelt said, speak softly, but carry a big stick. You have to threat that you will use force has to be there. If they think it's just like empty threats, no one's going to take it seriously. He says, we're actually talking to the right people right now. They want to make a deal so badly. You have no idea how badly they want to make a deal. So we'll see, we'll see. He also expressed optimism that the deal could happen, saying Tehran is talking sense. They're talking to us and talking sense. So that's good. Trump has also been clear he wants Iran to give up its nuclear materials down to nuclear dust as part of ongoing peace talks, which, that's the thing. We have to be prepared to go get the stuff. We want the nuclear dust, and we're going to want that, he told reporters on Monday, referring to enriched uranium. Meanwhile, the Department of War is gearing up to send thousands of troops from the Army's 82nd Airborne Division to deploy to the Middle East, according to a source familiar with the plan. The Pentagon is expected to announce the deployment of a 3,000-person brigade combat team from elite North Carolina base unit of the U.S. in Israel's war on Iran, the Wall Street Journal first reported. Oh, I know. The regime is still holding on. A thread can become a blanket. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. If they could stay in power, that's what they're all looking for. One of the military premier rapid response forces, the 82nd Airborne, is designed to be a rapid response team able to deploy a battalion within 18 hours and a full brigade within 72 hours. Iran previously committed to not build nuclear weapons as part of negotiations with the West, yet Tehran continued to enrich nuclear materials to levels nearing weapons grade. Last summer, Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program, according to Trump, but he said the latest strikes were to stop them from rebuilding. Just me, or does Jim sound like he's talking through a paper towel tube? Does it really? I've been having audio issues. I apologize. I don't know what else I could do. I've been making adjustments on the fly. It shouldn't sound like that. I mean, the mic is right here. Hello. Sorry. So there's that story. And then we got this. I said something the other day, this story here. I said something the other day when they announced that Markwayne Mullin was going to replace Kristi Noem as DHS secretary. I said, it has a problem because the governor of Oklahoma is a rhino. He is a rhino who, oh my God, supports all types of stuff that Trump hates. And wouldn't you know that he picked energy executive Alan Armstrong to take Mullin's seat? Well, Alan Armstrong happens to be a guy who is a Trump derangement person, who is a never-Trumper, who backed Adam Kinzinger and sent Adam Kinzinger tons of money after Adam Kinzinger voted to impeach Trump. That's who it is. This appointment comes amid a politically tense period for Stitt, who is set to leave office in January 2027. You refreshed and that worked? Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Sounds fine? All right. So Governor Stitt appointed Energy Executive Alan Armstrong to the U.S. Senate seat vacated by Markwayne Mullin, who is set to become Secretary of Homeland Security. Armstrong will serve until his successor is elected in November. Under Oklahoma law, he's not eligible to run for the seat in the next election. Oh, wow. So he can't even run. So he's just going to be there for 7 months just to screw with Trump. This is even worse. Stitt, who had promised to appoint a conservative voice, selected Armstrong, the executive chairman and former CEO of Williams Companies, a Tulsa-based pipeline operator. Praising his choice, Stitt described Armstrong as a strong business leader who understands the power of free markets and limited government. Although new to elected office, Armstrong brings decades of experience in the energy sector. He spent his entire career at Williams Companies, which employs 5,800 people and focuses on collection, storage, and transportation of natural gas. He served as president and CEO from 2011 to last year when he transitioned to executive chairman. Mullins is no choir boy. I didn't say he was a choir boy. I'm saying that the guy that's replacing him is not going to vote for MAGA stuff. He's a Kinzinger backer. The good news, he can't rerun for the seat, as I understand the rules. Yeah, he can't run for the seat in November. So, is he a twit? Yeah, that's what it seems like. That's what it seems like. Armstrong is a longtime supporter of Stitt, contributing a legal maximum of $8,500 to his campaign since 2018. The appointment comes amid a politically tense period for Stitt, who's set to leave office in January 2027 and currently chairs the National Governors Association. His decision follows a recent public dispute with President Trump over attendance at the group's annual meeting. Former Tulsa Mayor Dooley Bartlett Jr. described Armstrong as even-tempered and inclined toward consensus building rather than ideological decision-making. Yeah, so what that means is, whatever, we just want to make agreements. We want to make agreements. And whenever there's bipartisan agreements about stuff, the American people lose. The American people lose whenever these people go, we just want to build a consensus with the demon rats. The demon rats. They are demon rats, and you can't build consensus with demon rats. Says, I do believe Israel's a real regime change thread puller while we are providing cover, no pun intended. Well, I mean, Saudi Arabia, it seems like most of the Gulf states also want a regime change there, so. Irony is that Trump helped the Williams Company to expand natural gas in New York City. Oh. Say wit twit 10 times fast. Wit twit, wit twit, wit twit. Okay. He also noted Armstrong's deep knowledge of energy markets as a value asset. Oklahoma's other U.S. Senator James Lankford welcomed the appointment. James Lankford, huh? What is James Lankford known for? What is his most famous thing? Oh, that's right. Before the 2024 election, James Lankford tried to push forward a amnesty plan for all the illegals to basically tank Trump and be like, oh, look, we're going to do this. We're going to do bipartisan immigration reform where we legalize everybody and we lock in the number of illegals that are coming over the border every day under Biden. That's what his thing was. You know, that's what Lankford did. Another rhino, Lankford. G. Sharkman says, wait, I took a nap. What time is it? I started really early. Hey, what's up, Brenda Ty, 392. Greetings from Robert Gavia's team. Thanks for being here. Congratulations to my friend Alan Armstrong. Oh, it's his friend, Lankford. Go figure. Mark Wayne leaves large boots to fill, but Alan's strong background in energy and understanding of what powers our economy will bring real-world experience at a critical time. I look forward to working with him to support Oklahoma workers, strengthen our energy and independence, and keep costs of families low. Mullen, who was confirmed on March 23rd to lead the Department of Homeland Security, would have faced re-election in November. With Armstrong and eligible to run for a full term, Trump has endorsed Representative Kevin Hern for a full term. In a post on Truth, Trump said Hern is strongly supported by the fiercest MAGA warriors in Oklahoma and most highly respected leaders in the United States Senate. Trump said Hern is doing a tremendous job advancing the president's American First agenda, and that in the Senate, Hern will fight to grow the economy, cut taxes and regulations, and keep the border secure. So the Associated Press contributed. So let's see what else some other people have to say. Oklahoma governor reveals Mark Wayne Mullen's Senate replacement. Is anybody going to talk about this guy? No one's going to say anything about this guy at all? Same crap, basically touting his horn. Okay, I guess I'm going to have to go somewhere else to find it, what I want to talk about, because it's not going to come up there, is it? Let's see. Yeah, right here from Publius says, Governor Stitt is set to appoint Energy Executive Alan Armstrong to fill Mark Wayne Mullen's seat. Armstrong donated to Adam Kinzinger after he voted to impeach Trump and joined the J6 Witch Hunt Committee. Why doesn't Trump veto these picks? Well, I don't think Trump can veto a pick. You know, I don't think it's possible. But if Stutt does this stupid stunt, we need to make sure he's Cheneyed and Kinzingered next. Act like a tone-deaf rhino, get voted out. Well, he's out anyway. So, yeah, our neighbor Oklahoma has a horrendous rhino problem. And your lying, Kinzinger-loving cohort. No one tied to Adam Kinzinger could be trusted. That's right. See? The president can't veto a pick by the governor. So that's where we're at. So let's see. Justin News, are you going to say anything about it? Stitt taps business executive to replace Mullen. That's it. No one's going to say nothing about it. Wow. Close to 8 people. All right, let's go to the next story here. We got the Supreme Court seems sympathetic to allowing administration to block asylum seekers at the border. So what this is there's a case where people coming in from Mexico try to come across the border and then claim asylum in the U.S. The problem is that they should claim asylum in Mexico. That's the law. That's the rules. And the U.S. says, we want to stop them. We don't want to let them in to claim asylum in the U.S. They could claim asylum in Mexico. That's the whole theory of all of this. And it says, Spuds, I worked on a huge natural gas pipeline through San Diego in my dump truck 25 years ago. It went into Mexico. No problem. The immigrants' attorneys argued that a person who presents himself at the border is legally entitled to file for asylum. I don't think so. So the Supreme Court seemed poised on March 24th to accept the Trump administration's argument that the government can block asylum seekers from requesting asylum at the border. The argument hinges on whether these people have arrived in the United States. A group of 13 asylum seekers filed suit in 2017 to challenge a policy called metering, under which border agents, primarily at U.S. ports of entry, turn away asylum seekers to avoid overcrowding at border facilities. A federal law says that any alien who is physically present in the United States or who arrives in the United States may apply for asylum regardless of legal status. Do you think someone who comes to the front door of a house and knocks at the door has arrived in the house? Justice Samuel Alito asked Kelsey Brown Corcoran, who was representing the immigrants. Corcoran said that before the metering policy was implemented, the immigrants simply passed through a turnstile to make their asylum claim. There was no border agent to turn them away. And Congress has not envisioned that scenario when they're drafting a law. So wait, we just had a turnstile that we just let people come in? We didn't stop them and say, whoa, 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 whoa. I think we should be stopping people before they come into the country. That would make the most sense, wouldn't it? Like, you wouldn't want to just let anybody in. Yeah. AZ Lady is 100% correct here. I know a few truly asylum seekers, they had to wait in 2 different countries before getting asylum and then citizenship here. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. 98% or something like that, 97, 98% of the asylum claims are bogus. There are people who want a better life, which is a good thing to want. Hey, beautiful cat, thanks for being here. Wow, lots watching. Hi, Bella. Yeah, Bella's here. But the bottom line is everyone wants to come to the U.S. basically because what's this? 500 messages? Okay. But metering began under Barack Obama and continued until it was rescinded by Joe Biden. Oh, wow. Joe Biden rescinded metering. Why would Joe Biden rescind metering? That's weird, isn't it? Wow. Almost like they were trying to just let as many people as possible come into the country. That is just crazy. Why would you want so many people to come in? Oh, because you're stacking the border or you're packing them in for voting and everything? That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh. Once again, I'd like to take the time to thank everybody who came over from Robert Gavea and the other channels, and please ask you if you would please be kind enough to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. I try to do these shows almost every night, and I try to bring as much information as possible. I try to get through as many stories and stuff and participate with the chat. Gundam Zig says, I take one ill-timed nap and wake up to early gym and a gross crowded ass ghetto. This is what I get for missing staff meetings. Well, it is what it is. Many have visited the countries they're seeking asylum from. Yes, that's true. A lot of them go on vacation to the countries that they're here getting asylum from. It's crazy. How would that even work? I mean, if you're afraid to be in a country because you're being persecuted, how could they possibly be a place you'd want to go vacation? So the asylum seekers argue that the policy violated the Immigration and Nationality Act, which requires immigration officers to inspect an alien present in the United States who has not been admitted or arrives in the United States. Corcoran said that the person who presented himself at the border had, for legal purposes, arrived. The exact meaning of the language in the statute was a recurring theme in the arguments. Alito noted that Corcoran, along with Justice Sotomayor and Ketanji Brown, I don't know what a woman is, Jackson, had often used the phrase arrives at when the statute says arrives in. There's a difference. Arrives at, arrives in. There is a big difference. It don't make no sense. Sotomayor told the Assistant Solicitor General, Vivek Suri, that the law needed to be read in proper context. Someone on a plane arriving to land in LaGuardia may not have put their foot on U.S. land, but they're arriving in the United States. They're arriving. They're knocking on the door. But Anna Kagan said it seemed that parts of the law didn't make sense unless they applied to people already in the country. She quoted a part of the law that said when an immigrant is deemed inadmissible, the officer shall order the alien removed from the United States. So that would mean they have to be removed, you have to be in the United States. So what's that? Kagan might be saying, no, you guys don't make any sense. Now, to me, that suggests that you remove somebody from the United States when they have already crossed the threshold, not when they're knocking at the door. Sotomayor also made reference to a House report on the law, which provided an interpretation matching Corcoran's. The report said the law applies to an immigrant who is physically present in the United States or at the border. So that would mean people in Mexico. Suri reiterated that the statute itself says arrives in. Jackson suggested that the practical implication of the government's position is that an illegal immigrant who managed to make it across the border will be treated better than one who tries to enter legally but is turned away. Justice Amy Coney Barrett asked whether the Trump administration intends to resume metering. Suri told her there is no immediate plan to do so, but the administration wants to reserve the right to do so in the future. I mean, that's the thing. You want to have the right to do it in the future. So, what do we think about that? Good story, right? It looks like the Supreme Court's going to rule again. Same thing here from Center Square. Supreme Court appears to favor Trump's asylum border policy. And then AP just says Supreme Court considers letting Trump administration revive restrictive immigration asylum policy. Well, that's what they do. All right. Then jump to this story here. We have the Pentagon prepares 3,000 troops from Army's 82nd Airborne, Elite 82nd Airborne for the Iran war deployment. Yeah, that gorgeous Bella. Thank you, Kay Bean, for everything that you and Muffin Rando did today. Without you, I wouldn't have so many people watching. So thank you so much. Well, I'm late. Maybe new daylight savings time. No. The country set you up. My sister has a black cross bred poodle named Bella. She barks at anybody new. Bella's barking right now. You just can't hear her. Oh, what's this? Ooh. Am I going to actually see some video of the 810 of the warthog? Oh, wow. Come on, I want to see him blowing up some boats. Blow up some boats. Burp, burp. Insane. Wow.
4-2 Jedi, good hit.
It's all stock footage? Oh. Well, that's not good. A-10s were my favorite airplane to refuel, a challenge with my family. I think they're fantastic planes. I don't know why they ever thought about getting rid of them. I mean, like, that gun is just like, what that gun can do for the cost, the price per, the price per destruct, it's insane. Like, instead of spending $1 million on missiles, they're doing some nighttime refueling and stuff. All right, we'll pause this and get out of here because it's just stock footage. So the Department of War is gearing up to send thousands of troops from the Army's 82nd Airborne Infantry Division to deploy to the Middle East, according to sources familiar with the plan. Now, this makes me wonder if they're planning on doing airborne invasion, like they're going to airborne, drop some people in, because 82nd Airborne is 82nd Airborne. They say 82nd Infantry Division. Well, that's the airborne. 82nd Infantry Division, that's airborne. So they might be parachuting people in. The Pentagon is expected to announce deployment of a 3,000-person brigade combat team from the elite North Carolina-based unit of the U.S. in support of the war, the Wall Street Journal first reported. One of the military's premier rapid response forces, the 82nd Airborne, is designed to be a rapid response team able to deploy a battalion within 18 hours and a full brigade in 72 hours. We read some of this earlier on a different story, but go through it. Defense officials are expected to formally announce the deployment of a brigade combat team from the division in the coming days. The 82nd Airborne Division is frequently placed on high alert due to its ability to deploy quickly to global hotspots, making it a key asset in emerging conflicts. It was not immediately clear when the troops would be deployed or what specific role they would play if sent to the region. The public Pentagon has not publicly confirmed the plans. It was not immediately clear when the troops would be deployed or what specific role they would play. News comes just days after the Pentagon dispatched 2,500 Marines aboard 3 warships, including the USS Boxer amphibious assault ship, to the Middle East as part of the broader effort to bolster forces near Iran and reopen the strategically vital Strait of Hormuz. How large is a brigade? 3,000 is a brigade. The Strait of Hormuz, a narrow waterway through which roughly a fifth of the world's oil supply passes, has long been a flashpoint in U.S.-Iran tensions. What do aliens have to do with the rainbow? I don't know, Jet. I would be willing to bet the Vulcan cannon would take any game just as well. That was the second deployment of Marine Expeditionary Unit the U.S. sent towards the Middle East. Well, yeah, that's the second one, because I thought there was another one. It's the Fart of Freedom. Yes, it is. The 82nd Airborne Troops could be given a number of tasks, from reinforcing U.S. positions, protecting American personnel or assets, or serving as a deterrent against future Iranian escalation. President Trump has not ruled out putting U.S. boots on the ground in the region, either in Iran or on the strategically vital Karg Island, but said Thursday he has no immediate plan to do so. However, he also suggested he wouldn't preview any such military moves to the press. I mean, just in my knowledge and what I know and what I think, I have a feeling what's going to happen is the Marines are going to take Karg Island, and they're going to use the 82nd Airborne to push slightly into Iran and take some of the positions where Iran could attack Karg Island. That's what I think is going to happen. They're going to go, a couple miles into Iran, and just to make sure they take over any of the artillery launching positions that could hit Karg Island. That's what I think. That's what I think. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, look at Bella scratching away. In a Friday interview with Fox, Mark McCollin, Trump stated that he needed numbers to reopen the strait, after railing hours earlier about cowards in NATO alliance unwilling to help militarily. U.S. officials said recent deployments are intended to send a clear message to Iran while reassuring allies in the region. It could happen. It could. That would be, that's what I would think, that the 82nd Airborne is going to get, parachuted into Iran to take over, to hit, artillery positions and take them so that they can't arty and attack Karg Island. I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm just saying that's what I think is going to happen. We got the same thing from the Daily Signal. For the people that are new here too, this is what I like to do. I like to go through several different news stories about stuff and just look through them to see if there's what's different, what's the same stuff, just kind of see what the different people are saying. So it's expected to send a combat team from the 82nd Airborne. Secures key objectives for follow-on military operations. Well, that's the thing. They would go in first. So, yeah. United States and Israel have greatly diminished the Iranian threat, but Iran still has the capacity to launch drones and missiles. And Trump should not declare victory as long as that's happening. Well, I agree. Iran's ability to fire missiles and launch drones diminishes every day. The launches are now in the low 20s, and as long as that's the case, we'll continue to make progress. 446 is a decent view count. Yeah, I know. I'm sure some people came over and they were like, they don't like it. It's not their cup of tea. They wanted something different. I don't know. I'm doing the best to try and please everyone, so we'll see what happens. Ending the operation in Iran will likely take at least another week, maybe 2. The U.S. is still carrying out strikes on distributed sites across Iran, including weapons manufacturing and storage facilities, mobile launchers, but the large majority of work has been done. Operation Epic Fury is now in its 4th week, and Trump announced the U.S. and Iran are in negotiations to reach a deal. After Trump threatened to strike Iran's energy infrastructure unless ships could pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Bella's pretty active. Must be dinner time. I don't know. We'll see. Shehbaz Sharif, Prime Minister of Pakistan, has offered to host negotiations between the U.S. and Iran. Washington's first objective in any arrangement with Iran must be to prevent the regime from recovering quickly. Sanctions and diplomatic isolation of Iran, as well as removal and destruction of the enriched uranium, but also a ban on enrichment at any level. So that's another thing they might use the 82nd Airborne for. They might use the 82nd Airborne to secure the uranium. I think they're still trained in nest procedures for nuclear containment stuff. I think they used to be. Trump's threat to strike Iranian power plants manufactured leverage. Trump put something on the table as theoretical. It got exactly the desired end state, which is the attempt to negotiations would serve multiple purposes. At the same time, strikes continue. He estimates the Strait of Hormuz will be navigable within 2 weeks as Iran's ability to carry out strikes is further diminished. Oh, Bella just left. She may have a flea. No, she's got an ear infection, and I've been putting stuff in her ear, and that's what she keeps doing. And so it's going to take a while. It's like this stuff. It takes a while to work. So once ships pass through the strait unharmed, then the economic imperative of getting oil out will override the fear of a possible Iranian strike. The floodgates will open back up again. What's it say? K Bean, is the person symbol count watching because all messages before that I'm computer illiterate? No, it should tell you on YouTube, like right on YouTube's page, it should say, like right now it says 430 watching. That's down from, like, we were up at 650 at the start, so. I want to ask everyone again to please hit the like button, because that really helps with YouTube to spread it out. Hey, Star Wars Marvel Purist, great to see you. Thanks for being here. Jim finally made a boss move. I love it. Well done. Well, I try. I got a whole bunch of stories tonight lined up for you guys, so let's see. Hopefully it'll go well. The same thing from Just the News, which these guys are just like basically, your dog shrunk. Yeah, my dog shrunk. She'll be back in a second. She's getting a drink of water. So the War Department readies deployment of 3,000 82nd Airborne troops. It says, polling data has consistently shown strong opposition from the public to deploying ground troops in Iranian territory. Hold on. What are you doing, Bella? Oh, she had to go outside. She'll be back. Check your PayPal, pal. Okay, will do. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my, what? Why would you do such a thing, K-Bean? That's insane. I have to.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Wow, K Bean donated $200 on PayPal. $200 on PayPal. Oh my God, that is the largest donation I've ever got. Oh my God, oh my lords. That means we got the first extra hour, the second extra hour, and that means we are only 65 away from a third extra hour of show, which that means I have to do this again.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Wow, that means we are now $65 away from the third additional hour of the show. Wow, thank you so much, KB. That is insane. Thank you. That is, I'll be back. I have to drive. So proud of Jim finally going for it. Well, thank you. So with that means, was that the Hulk? No, that is Liberty Prime from the Fallout series. Someone downliked on Rumble? Oh my God. Strap in, folks. We got hours. That's right. It's going to be a minimum of a 4-hour show now. Minimum of a 4-hour show now. Ken Krause says, I can drive on 18-wheeler 2 million miles accident-free, but still pecking keys on your computer for your generosity. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wow. I'll have to correct that over there on Rumble, which on YouTube, maybe I should just do it now. I could do it. I'll do it in 10 minutes. I'll correct the goal and set it up. So we got this. Let's see here. Okay, we got this next story. We have the Missouri Supreme Court upholds the new congressional maps.
Look this up.
The Missouri Supreme Court has approved a new congressional map. KMBC 9's Chris Katz is breaking down what we need to know right now.
You know, I had to go back and look this up. You have to go back all the way to the 1940s to find the last time a Republican represented Missouri's 5th congressional district, which of course includes much of Kansas City, Missouri, south of the river. But with today's ruling, it could happen again. Now, it was a 4-3 ruling, the state Supreme Court saying it was okay for Missouri lawmakers to redraw the state's congressional map without having to wait for another census.
I don't know, that would
lawmakers
be
met
rough.
last year to carve up the Missouri 5th, hoping to flip a reliably Democratic district held for the last 20-plus years by Congressman Emanuel Cleaver. Now the 5th extends far to the east, all the way past Jefferson City, picking up many rural and reliably Republican counties. Now, there are other court challenges pending, but this decision today is a big one to be sure. Bria.
Well, Chris, the first time Missourians will feel the impact is in the midterms, and that will come this November.
Wow. That's crazy, right? How do I get out of here? Yeah, so the Missouri Supreme Court decided that the newly drawn maps can stand despite the challenges over the timing of their issuance. Those actually look like districts. Sending $10,000, can you stay awake that long? I mean, I would have to probably sleep on camera. I don't know. I'd have to figure something out. I don't think I have enough Adderall for 10,000 hours. I mean, that's a long time. 10,000 hours, that's a lot of time. Or that's not 10,000 hours. That would be 1,000 hours, right? No, that would be 100 hours. God, I'm not good at mathematications, so you have to forgive me. I mean, my math skills are like my math skills are not that great. I'm just saying. That's why I have to do like 100 at a time and count, fingers and toes and all that stuff. People have seen it when people start doing dollars and cents, like $32.47, or someone does 1776, it gets everything all screwed up. So a battle over the validity of the maps of the redistrict state have been going on since Governor Mike Kehoe signed the maps into law in September of 2025. Jim will have to talk in his sleep, maybe. 2 + 2 = 4. Well, yes, that's the way I was taught. Challengers of the maps filed suit, arguing the maps were not constitutional for several reasons. In this claim, map opponents said the redrawing congressional districts years before the census violated the Constitution. State leaders argued that they could redraw at any time. Oh, Spud says, we need Jim to come on the off-label podcast on a regular basis. I told those guys I would come on if they just had to ask, that's all. In a 4-3 decision, the judges decided that the plain language of the state's constitution does not expressly limit the legislature's plenary power to redistrict more frequently than once per decade. While the decision affirms and upholds the congressional maps, some judges did not agree with their constitutionality. In a lengthy dissenting opinion, Judge Paul Wilson, he said that challengers demonstrated the redistricting clearly and undoubtedly violated Article 3, Section 45 of the state's constitution. 2 other judges concurred. The state Supreme Court's ruling is the latest and most significant blow to the opponents of the map. A Jackson County judge ruled earlier this month against claims that the new districts were not compact. Jim needs Bella merch. I've been thinking about it. Officials with the National Redistricting Foundation said plaintiffs are appealing last week's decision by a Jackson County judge that allows the new maps to stand. There's no word on whether the Missouri Supreme Court will hear the appeal regarding the compactness requirement. When does a negative equal a positive? 2 negatives equal a positive, right? Don't 2 negatives equal a positive? So like -3, you add negative. I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm not a mathematicator. People, Not Politicians, Missouri, a group fighting against these maps, said it will not give up on its efforts to get the maps thrown out. It's really weird how these demon rats always come up with these names and trick people into thinking that they represent something that they don't. So we obviously disagree with the Supreme Court's decision, as it was clearly not the intent of the Constitution's framers to allow random redistricting at politicians' whims. I'm pretty sure that's exactly 2 negatives multiplied equals a positive. Okay, that's what it is. All right, 2 negatives multiplied. That's what it is. 2 negatives get added together, instead of subtracted. The ultimate power lies with the voters of our state, with more than 300,000 signing a petition to put this issue on the ballot. In spite of obstruction by state officials, we'll continue to fight to let the people, not politicians, serve as the final word. Missouri's Attorney General Catherine Hanaway issued a statement after the ruling supporting the judge's decision. The Missouri Supreme Court has reinforced what we've known all along. The Missouri First Map and mid-decade redistricting are constitutional. The Missouri Constitution does not prohibit mid-decade redistricting, and the court rightly refused to read in a new limit on the legislature's power. We will continue to vigorously defend the General Assembly's authority and Missouri's first map. You trying to get more sleep? No, SB Farmer. It was just something I went on I was in Rob's chat, and I said, oh man, if Rob could I said something about if Rob could raid me, I would start early, and K. Bean and Muffin Rando got Rob's attention. He said, I'll definitely raid Jim Tells You, so I started early. Rob raided me. That's all. Cleaver represents, it's a statement from a Representative Emmanuel Cleaver. He thought, and he is not related in any way, shape, or form to Ward or Beaver Cleaver. He represents the 5th District, a district notably changed in the redistricting. When filing opened on first day, I was the first candidate to file in our state, reflecting my continuing commitment to proudly represent the 5th District of Missouri. It is disheartening to be right in matters on which the legislature and courts are clearly wrong. So he thinks that he's right and that everybody else is wrong. Huh. What's it say? 0.505 times 0.05 equals 1.0. I don't know. We love the raid. Yes, we do. Yes. This guy's definitely not related to the Beaver or what was the brother's name? I know it was Beaver, and then what was the brother's name? Ward was the husband. What was the brother's name? Henry? No. Wally Cleaver. When filing open, so today's Missouri Supreme Court decision, while unfortunate, only renews my energy to stand firm in Congress, fighting for the shared values of Missourians. Mid-decade redistricting is at the art of looking for a cheap way to win elections that they would lose otherwise. Wrong will somehow slip through a crack where right is getting stuck in the door. The will of the people shall prevail, whether it be through more than 305,000 voters signing the citizen-led referendum. Well, did anyone check all those signatures to make sure they were actually signed by Missouri residents and not by people? Yes, Ward that was the first time, you're right, this was the first time that pornography was present on mainstream TV, was when she said, Ward, I think you were a little hard on the Beaver last night. So he says he's doing everything he can to support the lives of everyday Missourians. Well, he's not doing anything at all to stop all the illegal aliens. Yes. Catherine Kay's got the welcome to all Raiders. Please consider hitting like and subscribe. Both are free and helps them out. They really do. Lassie is added at the well again. Did Timmy fall in again? Yeah. This is another news story, a local news story out of Missouri. Missouri Supreme Court upholds mid-decade congressional redistricting. Let's see what's this say.
Breaking news, the Missouri Supreme Court weighing in on the new congressional map.
That's right. In a 4-3 decision, judges ruled that the legislature can redraw districts mid-decade. So here's what the new map looks like. It splits Kansas City into 3 districts. The new map will likely send one more Republican to Washington, D.C.
Now, months ago, some Missouri voters filed a lawsuit saying the state constitution only allows lawmakers to redraw congressional districts when a new census is conducted. However, the Missouri Supreme Court finds the legislature acted within its authority when drawing that map. Now, KCTV5 has extensive coverage of this breaking news. You can find more.
Okay, they have extensive coverage of the breaking news. So, 4-3 decision. Judge Zell M. Fisher wrote that the state constitution requires redistricting when the decennial census is certified, but does not forbid redistricting at other times. So if it says it doesn't say when, it doesn't mean only when. So the ruling affirms a circuit court judgment that found the legislature acted within its authority. The new map is likely to send one more Republican to Washington by carving up Kansas City areas into 3 districts. Judge Wilson dissented, followed by 2 other judges. Is that Governor Kehoe? Missouri voters who filed the lawsuit say the state constitution only allows them to do it at certain times. Excuse me, sorry, wow. All right, let's get to the next story. We got, you guys saw what happened in Illinois with the illegal alien killed that freshman from Loyola University that were just, their friends were just going on a walk on a pier, a Navy pier, and there's been a lot of stuff. The Chiron is evil speak on CNN. Grr, yeah. Well, yeah, you can send Jim a super tip with funny voices and images. Yes, you can. Last census was corrupt. It was. If states can count ballots weeks and months after an election, why not redistrict mid-census? Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, I have a feeling that's going to change. Like, it's been a lot of talk about it, and we covered that last night, that I have a feeling the Supreme Court is going to say, yeah, no, election day means election day. So former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich states the obvious. Sheridan Gorman's murder was completely preventable. The Dems didn't get their way the last time or lost seats, so they over gerrymandered and paid for it. Yeah. Words matter. Even the simple ones. Yeah. Let's hope so. Former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich, who, honestly, I mean, Illinois has, I spent over 40 years in Illinois. Illinois was a great place, but it had a very notorious history of its governors ending up in jail. Rod Blagojevich was one, but Rod Blagojevich went to jail for basically not kowtowing to Obama, and they hammered him for it. Former Illinois, and he basically trying to get something out of the seat and stuff like that. But turns out the other person who was trying to force him to give the seat to someone else to cause all this was Obama, and they had to basically. Blagojevich was the least corrupt. He was the least corrupt out of the ones who went to jail. We had a governor, I believe it was George Ryan, or was it Jim Edgar, went to jail. George Ryan and Jim Edgar both went to jail. One of them was for giving, CDLs to people who weren't qualified, and someone got killed. And so he went to jail for that when he was Secretary of State. So Blagojevich joined Laura Ingraham on Fox News to discuss the tragic and preventable murder of the 18-year-old Loyola University student Sharon Gorman. 90s basketball in Illinois, red finger number one. Yeah. It's fine. Everything is fine. Yeah, it is. Racisms. Yeah, racisms. Did you see the Missouri Biden dissent decree? Jay Bhattacharya at 1. Check out Eric Schmidt. I did see it. I don't understand it. All right. I'm not a lawyer. I just play one on Twitter. But I didn't understand it really. I have to look more into it. I gave it a brief read. I understand they say they won and that they got this consent decree, but we'll have to see what happens with it. So early in the morning on Thursday of last week, Gorman was shot and killed near Chicago campus by one of Joe Biden's illegals. The masked gunman approached a group of students walking in Rogers Park and opened fire. Now, it's funny, too, because this person was wearing a mask, and yet an alderman for Chicago said that maybe these people startled this guy, like crazy. The masked gunman, on Sunday, it was confirmed that the masked gunman who killed Gorman is a 25-year-old illegal alien from Venezuela who entered the U.S. under Biden regime. Police took Jose Medina into custody. What is it with the double names? So, is there a video of this? They're going to show a video of this? Or no, they're not going to show a video of this. Should I find a video of it? Probably should just find a video of it, right? Let me see if I can find a video of it real quick. No, wrong one. No, it's just all this. Yeah, I don't see it. I can't find it. I don't know what's going on. That's crazy. This is nuts. Oh, here it is. All right, here it is. All right, finally. Jesus. Man, I can't believe I had to do all this to find this.
Wow. Sanctuary city, Chicago.
Mm-hmm. None of this should have happened. It wouldn't have happened had there not been sanctuary cities. Wouldn't have happened if we didn't have Governor Pritzker or Brandon Johnson leading our city and our state. It wouldn't happen if the Democrats simply followed the law and helped to enforce the law. And the law is that you can't break into our country illegally. And when you're a criminal who breaks into our country illegally and you've been shoplifting, the law says you should stay in jail until you are tried, or at least give some sort of responsible bond. But in this case, it was basically no bail situation, and this guy went out and did what he did. And the heart-wrenching thing about it is all of us who are parents can appreciate and understand what Sheridan Gorman's family's going through, her mother and father, her sister. I have 2 young daughters myself. I think about this young girl and think of mine. My daughters have walked along the very beach she was shot and killed at. It's right by Loyola University. And then to dismiss this, as some of the Democrats in Chicago have done by saying she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. And the Chicago Sun-Times said the same thing with a headline, is insulting and shameful. And this whole thing is a disgrace and an example of what's wrong with the Democratic Party and what's really wrong with Governor Pritzker and Brandon Johnson.
You know who else I'm also angry about in this is the U.S. Supreme Court. They have not yet decided the issue of basically the supremacy clause, where the federal law in the Constitution talks about the supremacy clause, trumping, not to use that because I can't think of a better word, local law or state law, which in this case, if the federal law says you should be in custody, you should be in custody. But then you've got this conflict in which the federal law can't tell the state people what to do. So there's a conflict. So, it's time for the Supreme Court, well over time, to resolve this issue, to give guidance so that so I don't have to keep reporting on these stories. I don't have to keep hearing about these broken hearts.
Well, you're right, but they shouldn't even have to do that. The governor was elected to keep the people safe. The mayor was elected to keep the people safe. That's the first duty of government, public safety. And you're supposed to be on the side of your citizens and the people who live in your community, not people who come from other countries who are criminals and then kill young girls. And the interesting thing is that it took Pritzker and Brandon Johnson 4 days to actually say anything.
Oh, yeah, what was with that? There was no statement. The rest of us are scandalized. We're reporting breaking news, hearts broken, and you've got the governor of Illinois and the mayor of the city. It's like, there are no-shows.
There are no-shows because that's the new Democratic Party. They're afraid to say anything remotely
That's why I call them
bad
demon
about
rats,
some
people.
illegal immigrant
That's why I call them
who came
demon
to
rats.
the country who is even a criminal and who kills somebody. That's the new Democratic Party. This Democratic Party is for open borders. They're for sanctuary cities. They're for defund the police. They're for no bail, no cash bail laws. And they're all about endlessly vilifying law enforcement and ICE agents. And as a result, what you get is what this guy just did, because these people feel like they can come here and break our laws and they'll be protected by the Democrats like Pritzker and Johnson.
In some way, it's sort of mixed in with this whole idea of voting, like who's voting and voter ID. More than 70% of the American people think you should show identification, feel who's voting. On the other hand, if we let people come in, we don't even know who's voting. And of course, if you're coming in illegally, and you might see an opportunity, you might want to vote because you want to vote for something that's favorable to you, which might be something that's not favorable to the rest of the people.
Greta, let me let you in on a little secret, which is not a secret. As a former Democratic governor from Chicago, came up in Chicago politics at the same time as Obama, him on the south side of town, me on the north side of town, Democrats cheat at elections. They steal votes. And these illegal immigrants are being protected by Democratic
there was also
politicians.
we always used to hear stories.
Wow, Democrats cheat at elections. Who knew? Who knew? I don't know. Maybe it's just widely known in Chicago that they cheat all the time. Just on Solid, so great to see you. Ken Crowd says Michael Jordan lost all credibility after pinching a little boy's butt. I saw that. That was weird. It was very weird. Dan Blackred, what's up, buddy? Great to see you. Jim, the job is vacant now. Are you putting your name in the hat to beat Iran? What do you mean to beat Iran? I thought they're already getting beat. Kameen says, oh, what? You can't break into our country illegally? Oh, that worked out well. Piss off, assholes. Yeah, that's right. They're making every place the wrong place. Well, that's the thing. Bella's already asleep as she is. Wrong place. Illinois. Wrong time, 2026. That's the bottom line. Wrong place, Illinois. Wrong time, 2026. That's it. Right? Anyone. Wrong place, wrong time. If you're in Illinois in 2026, the demon rats don't care what happens to you. That's the bottom line. They're such charlatans. Oh my God, it's the guy. Yeah, it's him. I'm a NASCAR fan. It was just stupid after winning the race. Yeah. No quarter for these fucks. That's right, no quarter. That alderwoman who said she was in the wrong place. Yeah, that's crazy. Immediately, no. Immediately, no. Yeah. Chicago is ripe with crime bosses. He was a puppet. Yeah. The Jimatola. Oh, you want me to lead Iran? Oh, I could be the Jimatola. Oh, blah, 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 blah. See, I can do it. It's crazy.
It's about daily. I grew up in Wisconsin.
Well, I mean, this group of illegal immigrants are a pool of voters for Democratic politicians. That's among the reasons why they fight so hard to keep them here against the wishes of the American people.
Here's a random question. Rob Emanuel, also from Chicago, there are stories that he may be interested in running. And in Pritzker, there's stories about Pritzker maybe running. Rahm Emanuel the same as Pritzker?
No, they're different. They're different. They're politically different. Rahm is running more towards a common sense position. He's very crafty and clever, intelligent, and more responsible. Pritzker's gone crazy left, pandering to what has become the mainstream of the Democratic Party. What once was the lunatic fringe of the Democratic Party is now the mainstream of the Democratic Party. Our Nepo baby billionaire Pritzker is pandering to the Bolsheviks. Rahm has common sense.
Oh, I can't believe he called them out. Bolsheviks. He called them out as Bolsheviks. Wow. Wow, that's great. That's great. Yeah. So we saw, we don't have to read it because we just listened to what they said. This is disgusting. It is. You always like Greta? Jim Mottola. That's right. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, so because here's like Pritzker and Johnson smear Trump for murder of Sheridan Gorman by a migrant in Chicago. Somehow it's Trump's fault, according to Fat Slob Prickster. Fat Slob Prickster, the head of the Demon Rats. You know, I don't know. I don't know what's up with Blagojevich. Like, I lived in Chicago at the time he was governor. I worked in Chicago. I didn't think he was a bad governor at the time. You know, I didn't vote for him, but I didn't think he was a bad governor at the time. I don't know. I think he got railroaded to protect Obama. I think that's what happened. Greta Van Susteren still looks the same after all these years. I can't see anything or hear anything, but the chat works. What? Are you serious? Is something wrong with Rumble? It's working on my end. Maybe refresh, Hamburger Helper. So Prickster is stepping up his campaign to blame President Trump for the murder of the student, allegedly by an illegal immigrant. Now, what's allegedly? Allegedly he killed her, or allegedly it's an illegal immigrant? Which is the allegedly part? I would really like to know. Let's see. Bella's back in her spot. There she is. All right. I'll fix the camera. Fix the Bella cam for everybody. She's just licking her paws. Turn up your volume. I don't know if it's me or Hamburger Helper. I am on Rumble. Sound is fine. Okay. It's the job of the federal government to go after immigration enforcement, Prickster told the media outlets on Tuesday, even though he frequently denounced Trump's policy of deporting migrants and defended the demon rat position of an amnesty zone in Chicago and Illinois. Prickster's allies in the Demon Rat Party are currently blocking funding for the Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers. Ask my mom and dad. They grew up in Chicago and watched the shit be destructed. You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. Ken Krause. There used to be a bar I used to frequent on 87th Street called Krause's. No, any relation? I think it was called like Krause's. What was it called? Krause's. Oh man, what was it? Krause's something. It was a good bar. A lot of fun. What's better, Chicago pizza or New York style? Well, here's the thing. A lot of people say that Chicago pizza is that deep dish stuff. That's not most pizza in Chicago. Chicago pizza is actually a tavern style is what they call it. It's a very thin crust, like a cracker crust, very thin and crispy and very good. And you can get it at like all types of places sell like Baracco's, Vito and Nick's, Nick and Vito's, Vito and Nick's, whatever you want to call it, Palermo's, other places. It says Chicago has improved. Has Chicago improved at all since Al Capone was arrested? It's gotten worse. It's gotten worse. When Al Capone was around at the Al Capone days, believe it or not, that's the last time there was a Republican mayor of Chicago. Yeah, Prickster's allies are currently blocking funding for Immigration and Customs Enforcement. No, but your grandparents owned a bar in Chicago? Oh, really? Yeah, okay. It's the job of our local and state law enforcement to prosecute or catch violent criminals and prosecute them. We should continue to do that both on a state and national level. You like Detroit-style pizza? That's the square one, right? That's cut in squares with like a thick crust with like the sides and stuff. Yeah, he said that even though the suspected murderer was released after being arrested for shoplifting in Chicago in 2023. Yeah, this guy says Joe Abraham. Is this the girl's father? I don't know. You cannot blame the federal government for your failures. You've chosen to limit cooperation with federal immigration enforcement and advance sanctuary policies, but you haven't put equally strong safeguards in place to protect your own citizens and uphold public law, public order. Oh, wait. Here, we'll do this. Protect your own citizens and uphold public safety. You favor illegal immigrants and provide special privileges and consideration which citizens are not entitled to. You cannot have it both ways. You don't get to deflect blame when the consequences surface. If you choose to sideline federal frameworks, the responsibility doesn't disappear. It shifts squarely onto your soldiers. Sauce on top, square pan pizza. Yeah, I've had it. It's good. I've had it. They sell it down here in Florida. There's a place called Jets that has Detroit style. I like it. It's pretty good. It's got like nice crispy cheese like burnt on the sides and stuff like that. It's really good. That means owning the outcomes, not pointing fingers when things go wrong. Right now, what's missing isn't just policy clarity, it's accountability. Leadership isn't about ideology, it's about responsibility. If your policies create gaps, you answer for those gaps. If your approach introduces risk, you confront it directly. Silence, deflection, blame shifting aren't leadership, they're avoidance. So either the government of Illinois, either you're a governor of Illinois or you're not. Leadership means owning the outcomes of your decisions, not shifting responsibility when those decisions are questioned. Either you take responsibility for the system you've built or you admit it isn't working. But refusing to do either erodes trust and leaves the public without clear answers from the person ultimately in charge. You miss a good stuffed pizza? Hey, double whammy. What's up, Colfie? Great to see you. Want one that'll make you want to punch the screen? I'll look at that in a second. Grew up in Connecticut. Some of the best pizza per Dave Portnoy. I don't know. We'll have to see about that. I've never had Connecticut pizza. I've never had it. Silence on cases like Katie's only deepens the sense that responsibility is being avoided. So here's this fat slob prickster. That's how I say his name, fat slob prickster.
This has been a terrible tragedy, and I know that the Foreman family suffered mightily. I agree, there have been real failures. Those failures, of course, extend beyond the borders of Illinois. There are national failures, the failure to have comprehensive immigration reform, a failure of the president to follow his own edict to go after the worst of the worst. And in my view, we have a lot of work that we need to continue to do, but it is the job of the federal government to go
Volume's low?
Immigration enforcement, and it is the job of our local and state law enforcement to prosecute or to catch violent criminals and prosecute them. And we should continue to do that both on the state level and international level.
So it's Trump's fault. Sorry. Monkey says, I missed having Subway sandwiches at 3 a.m. when it's 20 below. Yeah, and I miss hearing those black people in MAGA hats yelling, "This is MAGA country!" Yeah, stuffed pizza, you mean a calzone. Calzones are awesome. Yeah, I like, there used to be a place, if you're ever in Chicago and you're around Archer and Harlem area, Archer and Central, check out a place called Danny's. They have what's called a panzerotti, and it's like a calzone that's deep fried. It's like basically a small pizza that they fold over and then deep fry it. Oh my God, is it good? Oh my God, is it good? Danny's panzerotti. What's this? So that's that. And then we got, we'll go back to the story here. Finish this story up before we hit that story that Gundam sent. So Chicago's Mayor Brandon Johnson is also trying to dodge responsibility for the lax policies. Deep fried calzone? Yes. Man, is it good. Oh my God, is it good. Oof. It's like, I don't know, they have a thing called pizza puffs that they sell in Chicago too, that they make using, not Danny's, but they're all over it, all like the fast food joints called a pizza puff. It's made by a place called Il Taco, the Illinois Taco Company, and they use taco shells basically to wrap pizza stuff and deep fry them. Those are good too. So the welcoming city ordinance was passed 40 years ago by the first black mayor in the history of Chicago. Oh yeah, the guy, what was his name? Harold Washington, the guy that liked to smoke crack. Yeah, do cocaine. Yeah, him. It was passed under Republican Governor Bruce Rauner. What? And the statewide amnesty zone was passed under Republican Bruce Rauner. Well, if there was anything to address in this country that's illegal, it's everything about the Trump administration. This is crazy. No, it's actual stuffed pizza. It's the crust with tons of cheese and toppings in the middle with sauce on top and about 2 inches, I think. Oh, that's not an actual stuffed. That's a deep dish, like a Chicago deep dish. A stuffed pizza, from what I remember, a stuffed pizza has a crust on top. I think Nancy's has stuffed and deep dish. Giordano's is the best pizza on earth. Deep dish, tons of thick toppings. Only around Chicago, but there's one in Orlando now too. Yeah, Giordano's, Geno's East, Pizzeria Uno, Pizzeria Duo. O'Hare Airport is crazy. Cray cray. Yeah. No grease gives the Montezuma's revenge. One slice is a meal. Yeah, plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. The Trump administration was elected in 2024 with a mandate to clean up the vast inflow of illegal migrants welcomed and released by President Biden and the Demon Rat Party. The inflow included many Venezuelans, including Jose Medina, who had been arrested in connection with the murder of an 18-year-old Loyola University student during a walk on the Chicago lakeshore. Here's Rhett Miller. Say her name, Sheridan Gorman. The Demon Rat Party in the city and the state has adopted numerous laws to create an amnesty zone for illegal aliens who are extracted from poor countries. These amnesty zones provide a legal shield for poor aliens as they keep working, renting, and consuming under the Demon Rat sponsorship, even after some attack, rob, and rape nearby citizens. That's a calzone. Deep dish is mostly crust. Stuffed as pizza is mostly cheese. So it's stuffed like a pan pizza that has pans, but it's not a super thick crust. They just pack it with stuff. So it's like a pie. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Most Pritzker and Johnson lead progressive-run party machines that have placed the preference of and growth of illegal aliens and their employers and government supporters among those of the ordinary Americans. Hey, Mark, what's up? Thanks for being here, Marky Waltos. Thank you, KB, and I love Jim catching me up on the news. Well, that's all I try to do is keep everybody informed on the news. Something, you know. Chicago woman erupts on the traitor Demon Rats after Sheridan Gorman is killed in their city by a illegal alien. Pritzker does not care about the American people. He actually went to Minnesota to put down flowers for Renee Good, but did not go to the lakefront. Oh, wow. Let's see.
What goes through your mind as you listen to his reaction today and you look back at what he said right after President Trump's election?
Obviously, Governor Pritzker does not care about the American people. He hasn't said anything about Sheridan. He actually went to Minnesota to put down flowers for Renee Good, but did not go to the lakefront where he filmed an ad to show how safe Chicago is that's now stained with her blood. He hasn't gone there to drop a rose. We are tired, America. We need help. I've been sitting here in this chair for 2 years asking the federal government to supersede the policies that are making the American people sitting ducks for criminals, literal criminals who crawl through a hole in the gate and are being subsidized with our tax dollars. How much more can we take? She's not the first woman to be killed by an illegal in this city, in this country. But
Me
yet
too.
every time we ask for the help and we get the help, we have our local officials here who send out their liberal army to go out and fight against them. And we're asking everybody to now get out the way and let them do their work. Mr. President, we need another Tomahawk helicopter here in the city of Chicago at Leona Park Beach Shelter. That's where that man lives. And if there was one gun in there, there are several guns in there. They are terrorizing and harassing the American people, and our local officials refuse to do anything about it. So we're asking you, please, President Trump, come save us. Sheridan didn't deserve to die, and we don't want more of American blood to be spilled on the sidewalk by these invaders.
Wow. I couldn't have said it better myself. We don't want any more American blood to be spilled by these invaders. I couldn't have said it better myself. Wow. Now I want some sort of weird food. I don't know. I wouldn't call those weird foods. I mean, they're just some good things. There's a lot of foods that are regional. Like I said, like the things called pizza puffs. They're made by Il Taco. You can't get them, Illinois Taco Company. You can't get them pretty much anywhere outside of Chicago. Hey, Bill Vick, what's up? Thanks for being here, buddy. Howdy. Pritzker is likely to run for the presidency in 2028 and may not want to weaken his support among pro-migration progressives and ethnic lobbies. His brief and blame-shifting response came months after he repeatedly displayed his sympathy for the two anti-ICE street protesters killed in Minneapolis amid the street scuffles. Yeah, the white guy yelled, "This is MAGA country." Yes. Shawarma. That's a weird, yummy food. I've never had shawarma. I've never had shawarma. Is it like a gyro? Something like a gyro, but it's more of like it's in a pita, right? It's like a pita bread that's carved on a spit type of thing. So it's like a gyro, but it's halal, I think. What is she doing to her bed? Bella, what are you doing to your bed over there? Jesus, Bella. You're making me look bad. You're like getting all crazy in the bed over there. I'm not a shawarma girl. I've never had it. I think it's halal, right? I try to stay away from the halal food. I don't like the fact that halal means they have to make the animal suffer as much as possible when they kill it. The Trump administration needs to stop politicizing heinous tragedies, instead focus on real solutions like reinstating federal funds to prevent violence that support our public safety. What is this person talking about? Why didn't you deport the murderer before he killed her? Yeah. It's like crazy. I sent you the story on the Williams Pipeline in New York City. I saw that. I'll pull that up in a little bit. She was shot. Sherman Gordon was shot and killed by illegal aliens. She was only 18 years old. Sheridan is why I support ICE. That's just crazy. That's just crazy. Let's go. Let's check out this one here. Horror. Guatemalan illegal alien released into the U.S. by Biden, arrested for brutally raping a 5-year-old girl. Child needed surgery to treat the injuries. Oh my God. Can we all agree? Can we all agree that we need wood chippers in prisons? Like, I mean, shawarma is a good kind of sandwich, but it's not my thing. Is it like a gyro, like a gyro? A gyro, G-Y-R-O. People call them gyros, gyros. I mean, I don't know. Is that what it's like? Something like that? I like gyros, but a Guatemalan illegal alien who was released into the U.S. by the Biden regime was arrested for brutally raping a 5-year-old girl in Long Island, New York. Carlos Aguilar Reynoso was indicted this week after he violently raped a child so badly that she needed surgery to treat the injuries. Yeros. Yes, Yeros. He was charged with first-degree rape, predatory sexual assault against a child, sexual abuse, and endangering the welfare of a child. FJB and his berry regime. It's roasted in the oven in layers. Okay. That's what shawarma is? Okay. According to Long Island News 12, on February 1st, Reynoso was tasked with babysitting a little girl and raped her while the mother was gone. Wood chipper, right? Everyone can agree we need a wood chipper. When the victim's mother came home, she realized her daughter was acting differently and discovered blood in the child's underwear. The victim was taken to a local hospital and later transferred to a specialized hospital where she underwent surgery. A pita with whatever meat, with French fries and mayo, sometimes with pickles. At least that's what I had in Saudi Arabia and Oman. Public lynching? Death penalty? Yeah. But he has to suffer. He has to suffer as he made her suffer. Don Corleone, I ask you to make him suffer the way my daughter suffers. Yes. Suffolk County DA Ray Turney blasted the dangerous sanctuary laws that protected the illegal alien pedophile. Incredibly, up in Albany right now, there's a new sanctuary law currently under consideration that would have prevented us from even talking to federal immigration authorities. My message to our state legislatures and governor is simple. Stop protecting the rights of child rapists at the expense of child victims. 27-year-old Guatemalan nationals being held without bail after initially being released following an arrest in connection with endangering the welfare of a child. They initially released him? No, a gyro, I know, a gyro is a gyro, whatever you want to call it, is like a round piece of meat that's roasted on a spit. I mean, they do it old-fashioned way was to wrap the different layers of meat and roast it. Now the new ones are processed and stuff, and they just slice it. Joe is already dead. Let the family pick up dog shit. As far as Barry, make the pay-per-view great again. Yeah. Lebanese. Shawarma's Lebanese. Okay. At Tierney's direction, Reynoso was issued a desk appearance ticket instead of being arraigned and released from the courthouse on a lower charge during the investigation. What? Decision allowed federal immigration authorities to take Reynoso into custody the moment he walked out of the police precinct, which they did on February 2nd. Like, I don't know, this, I don't think this person should just be deported. I think this person should, gyro is typically shaved lamb and a pita. If that is an old story, that law passed is called the green light law. No, this story is from today. This story is from today, the 24th. ICE officers tracking every move of this criminal legal alien with a violent and heinous propensities arrested him on his way out of a New York precinct the day after the alleged rape to ensure that he never walks our streets again. So Katie Zachariah says, it is such a privilege to work with the DHS and ICE to keep monsters like this off our streets. Carlos Reynoso is an illegal alien from Guatemala. He was charged with first-degree rape, predatory sexual assault against a child, sexual abuse, and endangering the welfare of a child. This is forcible rape of a 5-year-old who had to undergo surgery to treat the injuries. ICE officers tracking every move of this violent, heinous criminal arrested him on his way out of a New York precinct the day after the rape. The men and women of ICE are heroes. Before the guy committed a rape, he wasn't a violent criminal or the worst of the worst. The new policy or midterm messaging is essentially saying, we'll let them rape and kill our people first, and then we'll deport them. The mandate was mass deportations, not strictly targeted. Greg Bovino's style sweeps are necessary. In fact, even that wasn't enough. I agree. More. More. Go ICE. I agree. More. Time for a swim in the ocean. This is crazy. Genocide, yeah. From an airplane, yeah. This is, this makes me reminiscent of the old days of Pinochet and his helicopter tours. I'm Canadian. I'd never put lettuce on a taco. I'm not white enough. Oh, okay. And instead you got fat slob pricksters out here acknowledging real failures in immigration system after Loyola's students killing. Yeah, pricksters, the green light law does shelter illegals, even ones who do serious crimes. It's up to the DA. Suffolk County is red. Yeah. So all Prickster is saying is we need to make them all, basically we need to make them all illegal so that way you can't complain and say that illegal aliens are doing all these crimes. Smoking kielbasa to 152 degrees is installed at 148 for 2 hours. So close, but so far away. Don't you have to wrap it? Make draw and quartering great again. Pinochet's helicopter tours. Yeah, that's where we're at. All right, on to the next story. This is about the balloting stuff. So some states officials say shifting mail ballot deadlines will complicate plans for November election. Yes, so this is what they're saying. They're really upset because if you don't allow ballots to get mailed in for weeks after the election, how are they going to fix the election the way they want it? How are they going to, swamp you with ballots to overturn the choice of the people? You need like a once an hour cat saved from a tree story or something. Bring down the murderous rage from the rest of these stories. I wish kielbasa comes pre-cooked at the store. Democracy by any means necessary. Yeah. I would love to have these cats saved from a tree story, but I don't see them. I just see all these ones that make me go crazy. So as he left the chambers of the U.S. Supreme Court, where justices had just heard arguments Monday over whether to prevent states from counting mail ballots that arrive after Election Day, Nevada Secretary of State Cisco Aguilar texted his staff 3,000 miles away. His directive, get ready to plan how to run November's midterm elections if the High Court changes the rules when it issues its decision in June. Well, yeah, shouldn't they always be ready? The challenge is educating voters shortly before the election how the election is going to work. That doesn't happen overnight. The election planning happens long before. Yes, they need to plan their steal sooner. Election officials in Nevada and 13 other states that allow regular mail ballots sent by Election Day but arrive some period of days afterward to be counted had their attention trained on Monday's arguments. Jim Google, the farmer who turned down $20 million offer on farm for a data center. OMG just dropped a new video, just stoking the rage fire. Do not mind me. No, I don't. Oh, we can still use Mustangs for the dragging, just gas-powered ones. Well, that works. How hard is it to vote? Not hard at all. 15 other states have grace periods specifically for military and overseas voters. Yeah, the grace periods for the military and overseas voters has to do with when they send the ballots out. I think there's a law that says you have to get the ballots out 45 days before the election for the military and overseas voters. And if you don't, then you got to... Benny Johnson did the clip for that story. Why do you keep doing this to me, AP? Mail ballots, also called absentee ballots, have been the source of conspiracy theories. Really? The farmer story, I mean. Okay. Who groundlessly blames them for his loss in 2020. Well, I mean, he was winning when we all went to bed. And then all of a sudden, the next day, after the spike of ballots that got poured in, he wasn't winning. And we saw them bringing in the ballots. So you whatever, man. Say what you want. There's no way you're going to convince me that 2020 was on the up and up. The Republican National Committee and Libertarian Party sued to overturn a Mississippi law permitting the counting of mail ballots postmarked by Election Day that arrive up to 5 days later. The case the High Court is now considering. Yes, mail ballots are not absentee. During the nearly 2 hours long arguments, Justice Kavanaugh, one of the court's supermajority of 6 conservatives, asked RNC attorney Paul Clement if a ruling during the court's typical time in June would run afoul of a court principle to avoid handing down decisions that can disrupt an upcoming election. June would give them plenty of time, Clement said. Well, it would. June would give them plenty of time. That's months. Tammy Patrick, a former Arizona official who is the chief programs officer at the National Association of Election Officials Election Center, said, that's not the case. Of course, Arizona, who's all fucked up, they're going to say it's not the case. Most election offices already printed flyers, signs, and even ballot envelopes with current election deadlines for use in November. They would have to scramble to reprint the materials. Oh, how long does it take? We've seen how fast they can print shit when they go out with the signs the next day that they have pre-printed with all the shit on it they want. So they have the ability to print shit in a day. Nobody has to put in their budget, has put in their budget to reprint all the education materials for the midterms. Monday's case revolves around a fraction of ballots counted during an election year. Is it really a fraction? Is it really? In Nevada, for example, 98% of the mail-in ballots arrived before Election Day. Of those that arrive later, 95% land the next day. In Illinois, another state that allows late arriving ballots, 106,000 ballots arrived within the state's 14-day grace period. Just under 2% of the 5.5 million votes cast. I pinned you a message to check. You pinned me a message to check? I don't see it. I don't see it. The biggest challenge if mail-in ballot deadlines were to change would be informing voters that they faced a tighter deadline. I mean, I don't understand it. I really don't. He said the board would work local election offices to spread the word. In Alaska, with its enormous distances and isolated population centers, sometimes linked only by air, the state's 10-day grace period is a civic lifeline to some communities. Why? You just have to do it earlier. I don't understand this. Your call out is witnessed. The thought and outcome, the thought that the outcome of Watson v. RNC could reshape elections as soon as June is horrifying to me. And for thousands of Alaskans who have to rethink the way they approach voting by Election Day. Jim tells you 2K. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that we went over 2,000 subs. I want to thank everybody who's a new subscriber to the channel. Most definitely probably people that came over from Rob Gavea. It says we are at 2007 right now. So I really appreciate it. Everyone who's here, everyone who came by. I think that's awesome. And hopefully I can do this more again. Where's the freedom? I don't know. Massachusetts holds its primary September 1st, so you cannot send out its general election ballots earlier than that, said Deborah O'Malley, a spokesperson for the Secretary of State's office. I don't see it. I don't see anything. You can't turn these things around on a dime, worrying that there's no give in that schedule for the itinerary of the High Court might prefer. Patrick of the National Association said election administrators have increasingly struggled to adjust to sudden swings in voting laws that have followed Trump's attacks on voting. This is so ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. Yes, watchers for the win. Yes. In Texas last year, 3,000 pieces of legislation related to the elections were introduced in the state legislature, and election officials had to prepare for any changes months in advance. I mean, isn't that this how the what do they think happens when they change laws to gun laws and they tell people now you're a criminal if you have this gun? Tap that like button. That's right, people. Please hit like. Please subscribe. It's greatly appreciated. If you please hit the like button, it really helps with the algorithm on the YouTube. It really does. Oh, okay. Jim, Hamburger and B-Hops are having a conversation playing with ping and pinning. Okay, my bad. I didn't know what was going on. So he worked in the election office of Maricopa County. Maricopa County, notorious for screwing people over. When the rules of engagement changed too close to the elections. So the rules of engagement. That sounds like war talk. You don't have sufficient time to notify the electorate and make clear that the policy changed. She worries such a last-minute pivot could happen if the court changes late-arriving ballot rules, noting that rural voters whose mail is delivered slower stand to run greater risk of disenfranchisement. Yes, Jim went over 2K. Congrats. Thank you so much. Aguilar said he expects his office and local elected officials in Nevada will roll out with the punches. He is concerned about the disruptive ruling. Well, to change the rules of the game in the middle of the competition does not do anyone any good. It's not a game. It's the election. The election have rules. Just because now they're saying these are the rules, and they've always been the rules, you just haven't been paying attention, doesn't mean they're changing anything. In my opinion, doesn't mean they're changing anything. So we got the, let me do this real quick. This is real quick here, the information on the Williams pipeline. So this is the story about the guy that got picked to go be the new senator from Oklahoma to replace Mark Wayne Mullins. He was this pipeline. So it says the MDN extensively covered the Constitution Pipeline project from its announcement in 2012 to its ultimate death in February 2020. The Constitution was a joint venture between Williams and Cabot Oil and Gas, now Coterra. The Constitution was a $683 million, 124-mile pipeline from Marcellus gas fields in Susquehanna County, Pennsylvania, to Chokery County, New York. So Shotchery, I don't know, to move Marcellus gas into New York State and New England. After Donald Trump reassumed the presidency, he announced a plan to resurrect the pipeline. As designed, the Constitution would connect gas flow to Iroquois gas transmission system near the Wright compressor station in Shotchery County and the Tennessee gas pipeline near the end of its route in Albany. Maricopa County is still run by the zombie corpse of John McCain. It's crazy. New York State, under both Cuomo and Hochul, resisted the project, instructing the State Department of Environmental Conservation to reject issuing a Federal Clean Water Act section permit for the project, even though the Federal Energy Commission had issued a certificate for the project. After years of legal battles, FERC finally overrode New York's rejection, waiving the need for a 401 permit because New York delayed its review of the project. New York then took FERC to court over the waiver. However, since Williams declared the project dead, the court case was placed on hold, where it has stayed since April 2020. Trump and Hochul did some horse trading in May 2025. Hochul agreed to allow the Constitution and Northeast Supply Enhancement Project to get built in New York in return for Trump allowing her to continue to sink $5 billion in an offshore wind project boondoggle. That's crazy. Now it's the Constitution's turn. On December 19th, Williams filed a request with FERC to reissue both the original certificate for the project and FERC's waiver for the 401 water permit. The waiver says New York no longer has a say in issuing a water permit. In addition, on December 22nd, Williams, via the Constitution subsidiary, along with Iroquois Gas Transmission, sent a letter to FERC with details for 3 vendors who want to build the project. The Constitution has come roaring back to life. Just one note of caution, we fully expect the environmental left to fight this tooth and nail every inch of the way, including unpausing the lawsuit by New York against FERC. Watch for it. Already a number of big green groups have filed motions to intervene in the FERC case to reissue the certificate and waiver. Developers have the long contested pipeline have reactivated the application. Oklahoma-based Williams Company. This is the guy who just got picked to replace Mark Wayne Mullen in the Senate, was the president of this and CEO of this company, Williams. The same year, Environmental Conservation cited insufficient information and data related to pipelines' impacts. In 2016, New York regulators determined the Constitution was not adequately explored alternative routes that would have entirely avoided sensitive ecological areas. The project remains stalled until this year. The pipeline has also taken the political spotlight, with Republicans accusing Demon Rat-led New York of blocking a development they say would benefit the Northeast. Now that New York City has chased out the rich, the ultra-rich will swoop in and acquire more. Yeah. That's what's going to happen. Someone's going to buy it up. President Trump said in his press briefing in February that the pipeline's construction is essential for energy dominance and for reducing consumer costs in the region. Opponents who want to lessen the region's reliance on fossil fuels have said the pipeline will affect pollution levels more than prices. That's all they ever complain about. Fucking babies. A separate pipeline supported by Trump received New Yorkers' regulators' approval in November. The Northeast Supply Enhancements Pipeline, another Williams Company project, has been rejected by New York environmental regulators 3 times before it was revived this spring, following talks between Trump and Hochul. Yeah. Hochul played her part, she did. The project could increase natural gas supply in New York City by 400 million cubic feet per day. I mean, it's just crazy. Like, why wouldn't you want to increase the natural gas to your city? I mean, that means the costs are going to go down. How about we just cut off California, Illinois, and all the northeastern states, since they has gas and oil anyway? I don't know. They hate. Yeah, I don't know. So that's the story about that. So here's back to one of the things we were talking about earlier. Iranian source to CNN, there's been outreach from U.S. to Iran, but not full negotiations. The Supreme Court should rule on this next week. Judiciary moves like Mitch McConnell. Yeah, they could. They could rule on it fast. Pennies on the dollar. They wiped out thousands of businesses here with COVID. Yeah. So an unnamed Iranian source concedes that there has been outreach between the White House and Tehran. The source adds Iran is open to discussing sustainable frameworks to end the conflict. The top Iranian officials have publicly denied President Trump's claims that the U.S. and Iran have been talking. There's been outreach initiated by the Washington in recent days, the Iranian source tells CNN, but nothing that has reached the level of full-on negotiations. So they're playing word games. Iran is not asking for a meeting or direct talks with the United States because they're greeniacs. Yeah. It's part of their religion. The source adds that the messages have been sent through mediators to scope out whether an agreement to end the war can be reached. Well, that's how it works. The proposals are being looked at are aimed at not merely achieving a ceasefire, but a concrete agreement to end the conflict between the U.S. and Iran. That's that story. And this is from Mediaite, far left group. Iranians now confirm there's been outreach with the U.S. So, all these people saying, they're lying. The OMG drop is Cali people taking voter registration lists, paying indigents to sign as voters to get ballot initiatives. So, if you want to post the link, I'll check it out. I think it's already been covered, though. Or is this just more of the same videos that he posted? This I don't know about, man. This story. Oof. White House says tentative deal to reopen DHS seems to be acceptable as momentum builds to end the shutdown. So they're going to cave. Yeah, Mark Wayne Mullen was confirmed. I don't need to watch that. But this deal I'm not happy with. This deal is basically going to give away any leverage Republicans have. Yes. Yeah. Make the greeniacs dig for lithium in Africa. Yes. And criminals. Senate Republicans are close to a deal with the demon rats that would reopen the Department of Homeland Security following a shutdown that has lasted more than 5 weeks. Following a meeting with the president on Monday night, GOP lawmakers had tentatively agreed to move on a bill that would fund all the department's functions outside of immigration enforcement. A source familiar with the discussions told the Post. Conversations are ongoing, but the deal seems to be acceptable. I thought Trump said he wasn't going to sign anything until the SAVE Act was passed. I mean, is that not what's going to happen? Is he going to cave? I hope not. I hope that's not what's going to happen. I hope that's not what's going to happen. That would not be good. I wouldn't like that. I wouldn't like that at all. I don't think that would be good. I don't think that would be good at all. High-level sources say boo. Yeah. But Trump has complicated matters further with remarks in the Oval Office during a swearing-in ceremony for Markwayne Mullin to serve as a secretary. They're negotiating a deal. I guess they're getting fairly close, but I think any deal they make, I'm pretty much not happy with it. These guys came in. They wouldn't pay people, you know. They had a deal to pay. They had to break their deal. The Demon Rats broke the deal that we had. It was all done. Mullin is a graduate of the Pelosi School of Investing. TV reporter finds the dumbest spring breakers in America. Who the fuck is the Ayatollah? Wow. Senate Majority Leader John Thune didn't immediately comment on the president's response, but told reporters that the offer originated with the Demon Rats, and that is to fund 94% of the DHS budget. Hamburger Helper, not sure what you want me to do with links, Jim. Links for what? I don't know what you mean. Links for what? I don't think Gundams was malicious. No. People post links in Twitter and Rumble all the time. Certain people, I'm fine with it because I know, and I pull up. They're just helping out with stories and stuff that they saw. That's all. You don't have to do anything. Don't worry about it. Yeah. They're going to go on vacation and will complain about nothing getting done. Yeah. That's how it works. The breakthrough could end weeks of chaos at America's airports due to the TSA employees who are paid by DHS missing paychecks. Thune said that $5.5 billion for ICE enforcement was already tucked into Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill last year, would not be included, nor would reforms Democrats have been requesting. And the problem, though, is that the money, that funding for ICE is not, that was approved in the Big Beautiful Bill, did not cover like the office staff and the people that, you know, like the people civilian side, not, you know, so those people haven't been getting paid. Senate Demon Rats had held up funding in protest to ICE actually doing its job and deporting people. Yeah. But the separation of that spending from other DHS agencies, Thune noted the party won't be able to demand reforms. New urgency has been given to talks with the Canadian passenger plane collided with a fire truck on the runway of LaGuardia, killing both the pilots and injuring more than 40 others. Monday night, Senators Katie Britt and Patty Murray, the party's top appropriator in the Senate, huddled on the upper chamber floor following an Oval Office meeting with the president to discuss a compromise. Oh, yeah. Why is Patty Murray the top appropriator in the Senate? She's a Demon Rat. She's not in the majority. Why is she a top appropriator? It makes no sense to me. Haven't we learned yet? Haven't learned. While some details need to be ironed out, the preliminary provisions would fund Immigration and Customs Enforcement and its sub-agencies dealing with deportation as part of a separate budget reconciliation bill. Senator John Kennedy was among those calling for Thune to follow this path late last week when talks between the GOP and Demon Rats reached an impasse. Ted Cruz and I a few days ago came up with a two-step process. We would open up everything at DHS except ICE, including TSA, which the Demon Rats have agreed to do. And then we would fund ICE through reconciliation, which we could do only with Republican votes. We wouldn't need any Demon Rat votes. I talked to Senator Thune last night, and he says the president has reconsidered and may be on board. Demon Rats have been hoping for reforms to ICE operation, including requiring agents to go maskless, show identification, obtain judicial warrants. Universal body cameras for ICE was a concession that the border czar noted was already being implemented, downplaying the need for Congress to force the agency into the practice. Hey, Soberview Tech, what's up, buddy? Great to see you. The demon rats have basically given up on the reforms, and they've given up on that a long time ago. I never thought it was serious, said Thune. One insider still noted, everything is still fluid. The DHS shutdown stretched into its 38th day after Trump indicated over the weekend that no funding bill would clear his desk without approval of a bill beefing up voter ID requirements for Americans via another piece of legislation known as the Save America Act. Why is this person the head appropriator in the Senate? Life Isn't Different says, exactly, I'm Blade Jim for starting in the middle of my busy time at work, multitasking on top of multitasking on top of multitasking. Thune suggested that the bill could be added to the second reconciliation measure that the Senate could begin deliberating this week after Easter break. Of course, they want to make sure they take their vacation. The shift comes as Mullen prepares to take over DHS after being confirmed by the Senate Monday night. In a 54-45 vote, the former senator from Oklahoma was confirmed to take over DHS following the March 5th firing of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Noem's mishandling of 2 fatal January shootings of American citizens by Border Patrol was Border Patrol, it wasn't ICE, have drawn sharp criticism from demon rats and even some Republicans. Other Senate Republicans also called out her massive 9-figure spending ad campaign starring herself, which that was weird. Yeah, judicial warrants is amnesty. Yes, it is. If you require a judicial warrant, the judges will just refuse to issue the warrant, which the judges are barred from being involved. They would have to change the law. Like, this is just so retarded. There's not any provision in the law to allow district court judges any jurisdiction in any of this stuff. They're not supposed to be involved at all. Trump denied having approved the $220 million promotional blitz. So that was the problem. She said Trump approved it, and he didn't. So that's the end of that story. All right. This one says, California election fraud crimes caught on camera. Homeless people paid by petitioners to forge real voters' signatures to sign ballot petitions. What? You're saying election fraud happens and is real? That's crazy. That's just crazy. That is nuts, man. That's just nuts. That is just nuts. Sounds like the Dems rejected the offer, insist ICE be reformed and crippled, and requiring judicial warrants for illegals, not administrative warrants. No timestamp on story I found. Whatever. O'Keefe Media Group on Tuesday released a video evidence of more California election fraud. Undercover journalists revealed that homeless people are being paid by petitioners to forge real voters' signatures to sign ballot petitions on Skid Row. Nick Shirley has it live. Yeah, they already have the warrants from Article 2 immigration courts. Yeah. In part 2 of Cash for Ballots, this series hidden camera footage shows petition circulators paying homeless individuals $2 to $3 per form to sign ballot petitions using the names and addresses of real registered voters and forging their signatures. These are crimes. I'm pretty sure these are felonies. I'm pretty sure. I'd have to ask a lawyer, but I'm pretty sure these are felonies. Sorry, I needed a drink real quick. I still haven't figured out how to do this in taped but live, my bad. Okay. How to do this and not drink. So circulators provided printed lists of voters, assigned identities, and directed the homeless individuals exactly what to write, monitoring them to ensure the information matched so the circulators get paid. O'Keefe and Cam Higbee visited addresses tied to the voter's name being used by the homeless people on Skid Row. One resident said the named voter had not lived at the address for nearly a decade, yet election mail was still being delivered. Doesn't live here. I bought this house nearly 9 years ago. The only reason I know that name is because we still get her mail. Cheers. Cheers. I always felt really weird when I get the voting ballot because, obviously that's fraudulent, they said. So here's O'Keefe. California mass in-person election fraud crimes caught on camera. Watch on X. Should we watch a little? Let's see.
So do you want to sign? Okay. The first name.
I'm Joseph Albright. Okay.
The first name?
Joseph Albright.
Fraudulent petitioners on Skid Row are now paying the homeless to forge names, forge addresses, and forge signatures of registered voters.
What are you using? Teresa.
No, I'm gonna get.
Okay. Problem is they got the music playing in the background, so that's going to be a problem. I'm probably going to have to clip it out. Yes, hit the repost, likes, drop comments under the video. It helps Diago. Yes, it does, definitely. And remember, hit the like button. Hit the like button. It's always nice.
Your address to right.
Oh, okay.
Follow the directions.
Okay, yeah.
Robert.
Quickly becoming a widespread scheme that can be found on almost every street corner in downtown Los Angeles.
So you gonna go do this, they're gonna give you another $3. Then you gonna do somebody else, they're gonna give you another $3.
So you guys are all working together.
You exotic, you scaring me.
We find thousands of names and addresses of registered voters being handed out to the homeless on scraps of paper.
Oh, cool. They pay you? How much? Oh, what name you have there? Oh, it's Vicky Walker. You're Vicky, huh?
Where are the fucking feds? This here crimes.
Oh, cool.
We tracked
This is
down
election
the
fraud.
disenfranchised voters at their homes to get the reaction to their signature being
This is crazy.
forged. They're giving names of
Evening,
currently
CCM Cat.
registered voters, and one of them is a Vicky Walker. I assume that's his address?
We'll still get her ballot, but
You still get her ballot?
yeah. Doesn't live here. I bought this house nearly 9 years ago.
Okay.
That's why I always feel really weird when I get the voting ballot. It's like, obviously that's fraudulent.
Definitely want to stay informed. You definitely want to follow through on this and see where they're.
I mean, I would think that falls afoul of numerous federal statutes. A Fed set it up probably. Something happened here. Like, this stuff is like, I mean, I guess they'll say that this is state law only, so the state has to do something, and Rob Bonta ain't going to do shit because this is all part of their plan. Newsom can't see it; he's dyslexic. He's Dick Licks It. He's Dick Licks It. That's what he is, Dick Licks It. But there's no fraud. Yeah, no fraud. Yeah. Newsom is Dick Licks It.
Getting this information, how they're getting this information.
Yeah. I just hope we get a stop to this soon. I mean, I didn't know that they were using my name and address for what's political fraud. That's what it is, right? Yeah. Just hopefully the governor and the district attorney or whatever just put a stop to this. Yeah.
Last week, we exposed a major election fraud scheme deep in the heart of Skid Row, Los Angeles, what the fraudsters described as a pyramid game of unregistered petition circulators bribing the homeless with cash, cigarettes, and drugs to get them to register to vote and sign ballot petitions, both a federal and state crime. We returned to Skid Row to continue our investigation and to confront the petitioners.
This is the guy right here. This is the guy who broke the law in the video.
Upon confronting them, my team was assaulted, pepper spray was deployed, and my producer was punched in the head. Now there is new footage of these fraudulent petitioners taking their scheme to new depths.
So do you want to sign?
Yeah, but I want to know what I'm signing first. I'm not stupid.
Oh, okay. Well, we good. It's good bills, but you only writing what I'm telling you to write. I'm telling you to write.
I'm not a registered voter.
Okay, then that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. I got you.
The fraudulent petition circulator pulls out a list of names so that the homeless person can enter the name, address, and signature of a registered voter in Southern California. This allows them to skip the process of getting the homeless person registered to vote and instead just pay the homeless person cash money to forge the signature of someone else who's registered.
I mean, this is complete evidence of crimes happening. I don't know how, I don't know how this is not people getting arrested immediately. Like, this has to be, is this because it's not federal at all, so the feds can't do anything and California isn't going to do nothing? Like, these are petitions to do things like ballot initiatives, so it's all like local and state stuff. Man, I don't know. This needs, something has to change. Yeah. He only got 950 on his SAT, right? That's what he said. And he tried to tell people that the Those poor people had nicer shoes than mine. White shoes have an expiration date. Yeah. It's crazy.
Registered to vote.
Okay. The first name.
I'm Joseph Albright. Okay.
That's all you writing. The first name.
Joseph Albright. The street. What is the street?
Here is the list of registered voter names that the petition fraudster is holding in that video. From this list of voters, the petitioner circles Joseph Albright's first name, last name, and address. To protect the victim's privacy, we are omitting street addresses from this report. Through other reporting, we were able to corroborate the validity of this list, that these were in fact registered voters in California.
Right.
Registering is federal.
Like
okay, so that's why they're not doing the registering.
There you go.
Wouldn't it be funny if they bribed them to vote red?
Like a hawk. Like I'm gonna do.
I can't let you mess up my paper because if you mess up, I can't get paid.
Oh, I see.
Now, this is a violation of California Election Code 18613, which states every person who subscribes to any initiative, referendum, or recall petition, a fictitious name, or who subscribes thereto the name of another, or who causes another to subscribe such a name, is guilty of a felony and is punishable by imprisonment 2, 3, or 4 years. The homeless person is then expected to forge the voter's signature. Forging a signature is a violation of California Penal Code 470, which states every person who with the intent to defraud, counterfeits, or forges the seal or handwriting of another is guilty of forgery. The journalist noticed the homeless person next to her was also referencing a list of registered voter names and proceeded to ask who he was signing as.
How much are you gonna get paid? $3? How many signatures you signing though? I'm Joseph. Who are you? Who you're signing for? Huh? Joseph also? You're repeating Joseph? It's not gonna count. What are you using? Teresa.
Not to be presumptive, but this is clearly not Teresa. And this wasn't an isolated incident. It appears that this process of assigning the homeless an identity of a registered voter to forge their signature has been adopted by all of the petition fraudsters simultaneously. Another undercover journalist posing as a homeless person told the petitioner that he has an Idaho address. So the petitioner gives him a similar list of names and tells him, quote, "Your name's Robert."
And put your print, sign, address, cities up on every page.
Okay, every single page?
Yep, number 3.
Number 3, okay. I got an Idaho address.
No, you got.
So they just read it. Yeah, I just read it. I got an Idaho address.
No, I'm gonna give you an address to write.
Oh, okay.
Follow directions.
Okay, yeah.
Robert.
And here is the.
I think this might fall under RICO conspiracy. Like the people paying them, whoever's paying them to do this, they give them a list of names. Like this should be a conspiracy thing. This could become federal because money might be crossing state lines. So if money is crossing state lines by wire, then you got wire fraud. If they're using like fax machines or anything like that, it could be RICO, wire fraud, mail fraud. If it's done by mail, it's mail fraud. Those are all federal crimes. So I think the feds can get in on this. They should be getting in on it, in my opinion. This shouldn't just be letting California brush it under the rug. So, sorry, I had to grab another drink. Man, something's got to happen. All roads lead to Somalia, probably.
List of names the petitioner was holding so you can see where he marked the name Robert Zabel. Robert Zabel doesn't know that his name is being used to sign petitions on Skid Row. You can also see that the previous name, Andre Sargsyan, has just been used by a previous homeless person on the same petition. The petitioner says that you can go down the street and find another group that will give you another $3, and then go in another direction and you'll find another group, revealing just how widespread this scheme has become.
All pages, and then I sign like Robert. And I get how much?
$3.
$3.
So you gonna go do this, they're gonna give you another $3. Then you gonna do somebody else, they're gonna give you another $3.
Oh, so there's you guys are. Oh yeah, so you guys are all working together.
You ask a lot of you scaring me.
The petitioner says that her questions are scaring him, which confirms that he knows what he's doing is illegal. We took his word for it and walked to the next street, and sure enough, this scheme appeared to be present in whatever direction we walked.
So someone says that was entrapment, saying it was an Idaho address and him correcting it. If that was a cop undercover, that is. Yeah. So you're saying if the people having them sign, well, if the people having the people legally sign doing this stuff are cops or feds or somehow working with the government, then yeah, that would be entrapment. But that would be just stupid. Because how would these people? You can't even try to make the claim it's not entrapment if it's not something that people would have done without you. So, $3 whole to commit fraud. Yeah, cops are busy eating donuts. Yeah, why can't they call the cops to show up and bust these criminals? Because the local cops in California don't give a shit. This is Act Blue, probably. It's probably Act Blue paying for this. That's what I'm saying. Somebody is paying for this. Where are they getting the $3 from? Where are they getting the money? The money is coming from somewhere. And the lists of names are coming from somewhere. These street people did not get these names. The names came from somewhere. So you have to trace it. Shit has to get tracked. You know, someone's going to have to, Gavin Newscomb, probably. Someone's going to have to, there's going to have to be some investigation. It's going to have to get tracked down. You're going to have to get these people and start connecting the dots and start getting people and tracking it back. You got to chase it up to see where it goes. Indivisible, 100%. Probably. That's what I'm saying. If any of these people playing chess are street people. Yeah. That's the thing. If money crossed state lines, it becomes federal. If money was transferred using any type of wire, electronic transfer, or mail, it's federal. List comes from the voter rolls. The $3 of a $5 for petition signing is going rate for California for a decade. Oh, man. Wow.
Oh, this is pretty cool. What we're doing? Huh? The register to vote. That's pretty cool. Oh, cool. They pay you? How much? Oh, what name you have there? Oh, they give it to you. Oh, pretty. Let me see the name. Oh, it's Vicky Walker. You're Vicky, huh? He gave me the name. Oh, cool.
Once again, you can see that this man has been given a sticky note with someone's name and address, which he is copying onto the ballot petition, committing election fraud, forgery, and a felony, all in exchange for $2. Since we had the addresses of the registered voters whose vote was disenfranchised, we tracked them down and showed them these videos to see how California citizens feel about their names and addresses being given out to random homeless
or something? Because I
people
swear
in
we
LA
watched this
and
already.
having their signatures forged on ballot petitions. We started with the address for Vicky Walker.
Hello, yes, sir.
We saw this already. What are they doing? Just keep repeating the same shit? Anyway, I don't know. All right, well, so I guess we're getting the point here. This is really bad. This is really, really bad. Yeah, the White House responded to O'Keefe's latest video. The Trump administration will always take seriously any allegations that law has been broken and is grateful for our intrepid reporters working hard to bring attention to these issues. Trump responds in the White House. The president has been the number one advocate for election security in America, and he will not back down. He will always take seriously the allegations. Mass in-person voting fraud, recordings show homeless being paid to forge real voter signatures to sign ballot petitions. Tuesday's drop comes after O'Keefe Media Group 920727. Yeah, they do bad editing a lot with his videos. Civil offense, so cops stay away. Money goes off to get out the vote. NGOs funded by USAID before Trump. That's what I'm saying, though. But it's got to be federal crimes. You can't. There's a conspiracy. This is a conspiracy to commit mass fraud. It's got to be federal. Yeah, they need to get editors like now. Yeah, you're 61 and tired of this dissolution. Yeah. It's nuts. O'Keefe and his team of journalists went undercover on Skid Row. Petitioners told undercover journalists that they are paid between $7 to $10 per signature. Some of them earn up to $1,000 per day. California NGOs encourage fake addresses to homeless people to sign petitioners. I was in California, and they were paying people for COVID tests and selling the DNA they collected. What? 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 This was the other day. You could just put Pinocchio Lane. Anyway. Wow. That is a crazy story. All right, let's jump to this next news story here. I didn't guys even know about this. Where and when did you find that? What, this article? What are you talking about? This? Afghanistan releases a U.S. citizen, Dennis Coyle, after 1 year of captivity. Did you guys know that Afghanistan was still holding U.S. people prisoner? Hold on one second. The Trump administration said Tuesday that Afghanistan has released an American who has been detained in the Middle East for over a year. Says, what's a jet fly away? It says, until people are arrested, I'll believe election security is real. Oh, look at this. 5 gifted memberships by James Ojimbi. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's see who got those gifted memberships. It says CCTKE 495 received a gifted membership. I Kakasahutl service. What is this? I don't know, some kind of shuttle service. I don't know. Hoppy Hop. It's happening, Harper. And someone else received a gifted membership, but it's not showing me. And it's happening, Harper and Laurice Wagner all received gifted memberships. All received gifted memberships. That means with that, that puts us at $40 away. Oh, I'm sorry. No, not 20. Oh man, I screwed up earlier. So actually, no, it's not $35. We are $30 away. We are $30 away from a third additional hour of the show. Thank you so much. I forgot earlier when someone gave 5 gifted memberships earlier, I did it at 25 and not 30. It's 30, not 25. I screwed up and I just caught it now. Thank you so much. So it says, the Trump administration said Tuesday Afghanistan's released Americans been detained for over a year, with the release of coming shortly after the end of the Muslim holiday Ramadan Dinglong. U.S. Special Envoy for Hostage Affairs Adam Bowler said that 64-year-old Dennis Coyle, an American academic who spent nearly 2 decades working in Afghanistan, was taken as political leverage, though having committed no crime. The United States welcomes the release of American citizen Dennis Coyle, who was wrongfully detained in Afghanistan for more than a year. President Trump made clear the United States will not tolerate the unjust detention of its citizens anywhere. His personal determination, executed by Secretary of State Marco Rubio and fully aligned with interagency team, has driven a shift to accountability, pressure, and results. Coyle, who was taken by the Taliban in Kabul last year, was working legally in Afghanistan to support language communities as an academic researcher, according to his family. The release comes after Rubio designated Afghanistan a state sponsor of wrongful detention earlier this month and called for the release of Americans who have been detained unjustly. The Taliban must end their practice of hostage diplomacy, Rubio told Fox News. President Trump is committed to ending unjust detentions overseas. Dennis joins over 100 Americans who've been freed in the past 15 months under the second term of office. Afghanistan has denied that it unjustly holds Americans as political leverage, insisting that it detains those who have committed crimes. The Trump administration has helped release over 100 wrongfully detained Americans and 176 people altogether. Well, that's good news, right? Is that a cat saved in a tree story for you guys? You think? You think that's a cat rescued from a tree story? Maybe. And then it says the Taliban says it released an American citizen who was detained for the past year. Researcher Dennis Coyle was held by the Taliban for more than a year. So they said they released a citizen who was captive for a year. He was detained for violating the enforced laws of Afghanistan, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs said. The translated statement added to his release. He was based on humanitarian compassion and goodwill, and the action has further strengthened the atmosphere of trust between Afghanistan and the United States. There is no trust if you're going to basically kidnap our people. He was detained January 27, 2025 on allegations of violating the country's laws, although Afghan authorities never publicly stated what laws he was accused of having violated. A native of Colorado, Coyle had spent much of the past 2 decades in Kabul working to study Afghanistan's linguistic diversity and helping local communities develop resources in their own languages. A website that was set up by Coyle's family stated that he was legally working to support Afghan communities as an academic researcher. He was detained by the Taliban, a U.S.-designated global terrorist organization. Dennis has been held in solitary conditions, requiring permission to even use the bathroom, and without access to adequate medical care. His family is deeply concerned for his health and well-being. I bet you they just released him because he was getting really sick, and they didn't want him to die. And they were like, oh, shit, we got to get this guy out of here quick before he dies. It's also noted that the State Department had declared earlier this month that Coyle was wrongfully detained in Afghanistan under a hostage law. Molly Long, Coyle's sister, told the Denver Post in January this year that the family lost contact with him for several months. In July 2025, they received a letter stipulating that he was still alive. They've also been able to communicate with him via several phone calls. Thanks, Jonah. What did Jonah do? What did I miss from Jonah? Oh, to change your name in chat, go to your YouTube channel, hit the view channel, then pen, write down, and save your handle. You can switch it back, write an easier name, use underscore at least once. A breathing heart libtard, most likely. Coyle had all his rights and freedom taken away. I mean, don't these people realize that you don't have any rights and freedom in Afghanistan? According to Long, Coyle had evacuated Afghanistan when the U.S. military removed itself from the country after wrapping up the 20-year conflict, triggered by the September 11th terrorist attacks. He returned to the country about a year and a half later to finish his research. Long told the Denver Post that the Trump administration has been highly engaged with the family to get Coyle released. This is the president's top priority. We can feel that. I feel inspiring. It feels inspiring to know that President Trump knows my brother's name and has it in his purview. On March 9th, Secretary of State Rubio said he was designating Afghanistan as a state sponsor of wrongful detention, that the Taliban continues to use terrorist tactics, kidnapping individuals for ransom or to seek policy concessions. These despicable tactics need to end. The Taliban needs to release Dennis Coyle, Mahbub Habi, and all the Americans unjustly detained in Afghanistan now. So that's an interesting story, right? Oh, let's do this. I skipped this one I was supposed to do, and I missed it. My bad. I totally missed this one. Sorry, folks. I got to go back a little bit. Pritzker signals he won't turn illegal alien accused of murdering college student over to ICE. This guy, fat slob Pritzker. Democrat Illinois Governor Pritzker refuses to say whether he will honor the ICE detainer request for an illegal alien accused of killing the 18-year-old college student. Loyola University freshman Sheridan Gorman was walking in a park Thursday morning around 1 a.m. to catch a glimpse of the northern lights when Medina allegedly approached her. Gorman attempted to flee, but Medina shot her in the head. Gorman was pronounced dead at the scene. ICE has lodged an arrest detainer asking sanctuary politicians not to release Medina. DHS said, but Pritzker's office refused to say whether they would honor the detainer. Our thoughts are with the family, friends, and Loyola grieving the senseless murder of Chairman Gorman. A representative for Pritzker's office told the Federalist when asked whether Pritzker would honor the ICE detainer. Violent crime has no place on our streets, and we expect the alleged perpetrator to be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. The Trump administration needs to stop politicizing heinous tragedies. Like, they need to reinstate the federal funds that we use for stupid things, like give them to people for Crime Stopper stuff, like they call it, like, what is it, violence interrupters or something, which are just gang members that they pay to not commit crimes. First-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, 3 felony counts of aggravated assault, and unlawful possession of a firearm. Medina has previously been arrested in Chicago for shoplifting, but was released from custody. Notably, Chicago's sanctuary policies limit law enforcement's cooperation with federal authorities. Local authorities are prohibited from voluntarily sharing information about a person's status. Yeah, they don't even ask. They don't even ask. That's why all these numbers, when they say, oh, but illegal aliens commit less crimes than American citizens, it's like, well, how the fuck would you know when nobody asks, when they don't know? When you don't refuse. You go, la, 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 I don't know if they're illegal. I don't know. Don't tell me. You don't. The state refuses to honor ICE detainer requests, which stipulates a law enforcement agency official shall not detain or continue to detain any individual solely on the basis of an immigration detainer or civil immigration warrant. It's not a civil immigration warrant. It's just the things that they keep changing the words. There's nothing civil about it. It's still, it's a warrant. Okay. Then we got this story. Check this out. Charlie Kirk's mentor dead after a fall. Chunk Yogurt. I was going to say, isn't Crime Stoppers a group who gives money and tips for criminals? Yeah, it's not Crime Stoppers. It's a group, they're called like violence interrupters and stuff like that. And then it was proven like one of the guys that was with Brandon Johnson that was getting paid like 125 or 250 grand a year from Brandon Johnson to be like a violence interrupter, they were called. I got like a weird name for him. Was wanted for fucking murder. Like that he had murdered someone. They were looking for him. It's like crazy, man. Crazy. As if weirdo conspiracy theories haven't done enough to damage and spread horrific accusations about Erica Kirk in the wake of her husband's murder, now they've moved on to the accidental death of his mentor. Chunk Yogurt says Charlie Kirk's mentor just died in a freak pickleball accident. That's an incredibly strange coincidence. What's coincidental? If you're not going to say that that's weird, there's tons of pickleball fatalities. You sound nuts. I don't know what happened, but I don't think it's perfectly normal. I mean, never mind, Chunk, you deranged leftist idiot. Charlie Kirk's longtime mentor has died following bizarre pickleball incident. Charlie Kirk's long-term mentor has died following a bizarre and tragic pickleball incident. Jeff Webb, 76, died after falling while playing pickleball. Well, if he fell and hit his head on the ground, you can die from hitting your head on the ground. He suffered a severe head injury. 76-year-old was hospitalized after the accident, and his family later decided to take him off life support. Now, unless there was no, well, they're saying he fell and hit his head, not a heart attack. Maybe he had a heart attack and fell and hit his head. I don't know. I mean, unless it was just him and one other person playing, and that one other person saying, oh, he fell. And maybe that one other person hit him in the head with something like a pickleball thing, whacked him in the head. I don't know. I'm just saying that would be the only thing that would be weird if there was like only 2 people there and the story is he fell. I mean, I remember there was lots of stories about people falling down the stairs in the Navy. Webb was an influential figure in the world of cheerleading, founding the Universal Cheerleading Association and Varsity Spirit, and later led Varsity Brands, which grew into a multi-billion-dollar company. Decades before that, he was a Yell leader or spirit leader at the University of Oklahoma. At 76, he could sneeze the wrong way and die. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Webb later said in an interview he was not motivated by money, but rather discipline and keeping score. He was in his late 70s and fell. He hit his head when he fell. People often die from head trauma. Slide down the stairs, yeah. No DNA involved. Only Candace knows the truth. There are no laws in Afghanistan. Yeah. Chunk Yogurt thinks sex with animals is cool as long as it's for the pleasure of the animal. I wish that was a lie. It's not. He said that, what's it called? No, man, why is my brain fried up on this right now? Wouldn't have bestiality. He said bestiality was okay. That's Chunk Yogurt. It's a ladder. Yeah, stairs in the Navy's ladder. Chunk Yogurt is a left-wing Islamic Turkish supremacist who wants to dismantle Western civilization via demoralization. Just say Israel killed him. We know that's what you're implying. Don't give him any ideas. Old people never fall and hit their heads, so you might be onto something. Unheard of, really. Just remember, it was something like 25 character witnesses died within 3 years of JFK getting assassinated. No one should question those either. I heard half of them were in badminton tragedies, but people are saying that's also perfectly normal. It hurts to be so stupid. These people are in chronic pain. Shanky was 75. He fell while playing a sport and hit his head. Injury-related deaths are the number 3 cause of death in people over 65. Falls are the number 1 cause of injury-related deaths in people over 65. Quit acting like it's weird. Please don't bring facts to the party. You're retarded, literally. How common is dying from a fall at 75 years old? Dying from a fall at 75 is increasingly common, as accidental falls are a leading cause of death for adults over 65, with rates rising sharply for those 75 to 84. Data shows fall-related mortality rates of roughly 75 per 100,000 for ages 75 to 84, with rates often higher. I mean, his nephew, Hassan Piker, said, time to answer the age-old question. Old enough to count, old enough to... What? Did he really say that? I knew I hated that commie for more than one reason. He's a fucking commie. That's one reason I hate him. Yes. Ew, that's gross. It is. A 76-year-old man fell. Impossible. Must have been the Jews. Yeah. Must have been the Jews. I didn't know what happened, but yeah, he was literally an older man who fell and hit his head. Was hospitalized for a few days prior to his death. Yet your post implies some Candace Owens level conspiracy behind it. Were they both born here, or can we kick them out of the country? Chunk Yogurt was not born here. Hassan is an anchor baby. His parents came here to the U.S., had him, brought him back to Turkey until he was a teenager. Then he came back to the U.S. He should not be a U.S. citizen. If it was up to if Jim was emperor and controller of this country, Hassan Piker would be sent back to Turkey. He is not a U.S. citizen, unless you want to somehow claim that just because you're here. His parents were not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States when he was born. They were still Turkish citizens, and they went back to Turkey and raised him. They were not here on any type of green card or anything like that. They were here on a temporary visa, like a vacation visa. They were here for like a couple months, had him, and then went back to Turkey. That's what happened. Bestiality would have come after transgenderism gave way to maps to normalize if Kamala won. Yeah, probably. All this from a guy and company. Yeah. This is all this. Let's see. All this from a guy and company that's quick to call their people conspiracy theorists. Low. Yeah, somehow the Jews are responsible. That's what they're saying. This is stupidest spreading. Is every single day here at Twitchy. Okay, so here's Breitbart. I'm going to talk about the guy who died. Candace has a tight grip on her validity. After all, married a white guy. Yeah. Prickster needs to be in jail. He's getting irrelevant except for some recent weight loss. If I was Epicur, Hafan and Chunky would be fertilizer. Well, I wouldn't want to poison the plants. I wouldn't want to poison the plants. That doesn't sound like... Well, that doesn't sound like I don't know. Former mentor of Charlie Kirk killed in freak pickleball accident. Is it really freak? Jeff Webb, former mentor of slain conservative activist Charlie Kirk, has died at 76 during a tragic pickleball accident. Texas businessman died the past Friday after succumbing to a serious head injury he endured playing pickleball just 2 weeks prior. In memory of Jeff Webb, a visionary who helped shape generations of young leaders, a dear friend to Turning Point USA and Charlie, he will be greatly missed. I vote we get rid of them both, deport or wood chipper. Either is fine with me.
From 0 to 2 billion, 300,000 kids at camp, competitions all over the world, million uniform pieces a year, and doing something you love, only in America.
So this is the guy, Jeff Webb. That's his what he does. Webb made a name for himself pioneering modern cheerleading. Webb's dubbed the father of modern cheerleading. He called for cheer routines that feature more acrobatic and athletic elements. Varsity staffers even nicknamed the private jet Webb traveled on Cheer Force One. Choke spokesperson said he played a pivotal role in shaping cheerleading as it exists today. So this guy's to blame for Ricada. You know, Ricada was a cheerleader, so everything in Ricada's life is because of this guy's problem. This guy caused Ricada. Webb told Real America's Voice following Charlie's death that the founder had it all: charisma, faith, respect for everyone, adding America may have lost a future president. They were isolated, and Charlie's message is just charisma gave him the definition. Eventually, as he created a turning point in the conferences, he was able to bring those young people from around the country together, and they discovered other people felt like they did. So this guy died, and that's a shame, but they're making like a... New York Post even has it, just New York, Charlie Kirk mentor dies in freak pickleball accident. So... he'll be greatly missed. We got this. This is some good news, right? Delta Airlines takes a treasured perk away from members of Congress until they end the DHS shutdown. How about forever? Not just till they end the shutdown. How about forever? Why should they get special treatment? Jim tells you this weekend we need a movie review after you see Project Hail Mary. What's Project Hail Mary? Jonah Finn says, a wood chipper into a metal shredder, into a paper shredder, into a pool of piranhas. Leave nothing to bury. Hello, NASCAR Mo. Great to see you. Lisa says, yes, Delta. Let's see. Airport chaos. I guess we can watch a little bit of this.
Lago. But first, Madison Scarpino at one of the country's busiest airports, Hartsfield-Jackson in Atlanta. Madison.
Hi, John. Yeah, it has been pretty crazy here since about 5 a.m. People have been waiting in hours in these TSA lines as TSA workers are still receiving $0 paychecks amid this partial government shutdown. So I want to give our viewers the perspective of a traveler. So I am here with Andrew. Andrew, you just got off of a bachelor trip, so yes. I doubt this is very fun for you right now. Ideal, no. How long have you been waiting in line, and what do you think about all this?
We've been wrapping
I'll have to look into
for
it.
About 2 hours now. It's been rough. I thought we were somewhat close, but it looks like we're barely even halfway.
What time's your flight?
4:30.
Okay.
So we have about an hour and a half.
So I want to give our viewers a better look about what's going on. So I'm going to have our photographer, Dan, kind of give a go around. And Andrew, you actually mentioned to me that your uncle is a TSA agent. And this is all going on because, of course, they're getting $0 paychecks amid this partial government shutdown. Just having that perspective of your uncle, what do you think about all of this?
I think it's crazy. I mean, these are essential workers. I mean, people
essential
need
workers
to be moving through this airport. There's so many missed flights. My uncle, he's told me there are people who are missing multiple flights, and something's got to be done. Agreement has to be made.
I think a lot of people feel the same way that you do. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And John, right now there is more than 400 TSA workers who have quit altogether, and the call-out rates are just increasing by the day. Back to you.
And who can blame them 37 days without pay? Madison Scarpino.
Exactly.
Madison, thank you.
Anyone else notice that Madison Scarpino has like a weird thing with her teeth? Like her front teeth look like they're hanging down like real far. I don't know. By being ignorant? I don't know. I shouldn't be. They fail the security oversight test every single time. I hate their existence so much. Yeah, they're a pointless organization. So Delta is punishing Congress for failing to fund the Department of Homeland Security. The airline company has temporarily yanked its special congressional desk service to lawmakers and staffers on Capitol Hill until Congress funds DHS, which has been in a partial shutdown since February 28th. Vampire. Yeah, right? Didn't it look weird? Due to the impact on the resources from the long-standing government shutdown, Delta will temporarily suspend special services to members of Congress flying Delta, the company said. You'll take her, Snarf? Okay. Hey, there's Ted Cruz. Next to safety, Delta's number one priority is taking care of our people and customers, which has become increasingly difficult in the current environment. Gambino is dead, but they still try. This is why I left working for DHS and the feds. I got sick of working for free when I was sent from home. Jim don't like women. I didn't say I didn't like her. I just said she got like her teeth, like the front two teeth. That's all you saw was the front two teeth. You didn't see anything else. All I wants for Christmas is my two front teeths. My two front teeths. Delta's perk to members of Congress includes benefits such as airport escorts and red coat services. Its Capital Desk reservation line is still open, but lawmakers will be treated as any passenger based on their respective SkyMiles status. Donut Mind Me says, I have a TSA story. The TSA at my local small airport would fax the business I work at their TSA roster every Friday. What does that mean? Why would they do that? Last week, Delta CEO Ed Bastian delivered a fierce rebuke of Congress for allowing the funding of DHS to lapse, which has resulted in Transportation Security Administration employees going without full pay for over a month. I don't know why Ted isn't flying American Airlines, being the hub is DFW. I don't know if that was a Delta plane. That was just a picture of Ted on a plane. I don't know. We might have to look at this story just for, this TV reporter finds dumbest spring breakers in America. We might have to look at this story just because. Might have to look at that story just because. It's inexcusable that our security agents, our frontline agents, and our essential workers are not being paid. Apparently, our fax number was one number off the number they reported to. Don't be fooled, Jim. They're all drunk. That Congress gets special treatment at all is part of the freaking problem in the first place. Yes, it is. Yes, please make sure you hit the like button, to follow, smash the thumbs up, do all that stuff, repost. It's all good. The dumb people on the beach is done all the time. It's gay. And whoever sent it out on Fridays had our fax number on speed dial. Yeah, they just had the wrong number in it. Well, that story, I just wanted to look at pretty girls. Can I just look at the pretty girls? Women, young women. Infamously, Hartsfield Atlanta Airport was subjected to some of the worst TSA wait times, over 4 hours during the funding lapse. Across the country, TSA lines have exploded with call-out rates, which hovered around 2% before the shutdown, jolting past 10% due to the funding lapse. Close to 400 TSA workers have quit since the partial shutdown began. Stahl warned that there's a risk that several small airports will be forced to close down if the funding lapse continues. TSA workers have got their last full paycheck on February 14th, then received a partial one on February 28th, and missed their next pay period on March 13th. Friday is their next pay period. Demon rats have been using the Senate filibuster to block the DHS funding measure as part of an effort to get sweeping reforms to the immigration enforcement policies. Republicans have rejected the push to ban ICE officers from wearing masks and demand for judicial warrant process. What? Stupid. On Monday, Trump deployed ICE to airports across the country to help alleviate the staffing pressures. This is the third funding lapse TSA workers have weathered in 6 months. It's weird how the Democrats the demon rats have zero trouble doing this when there was a Republican president. The last time there was a shutdown was when Trump was president the last time. They keep doing this. But when it's a demon rat president, the Democrats are like, oh my God, and the Republicans will never do it to them. How is it always the Republicans' fault when there's a government shutdown? Demon rats are always never to blame. I don't think we should make any deal with the crazy country-destroying radical left demon rats unless and until they vote for the Republicans to pass the Save America Act, Trump declared. Deployed a National Guard to fill in? That would make sense. Last week, a bill from John Cornyn unanimously cleared Senate to strip lawmakers of key travel perks such as the ability to bypass TSA security lines, though it hasn't yet passed the House. Well, the House won't vote for it. Others have proposed blocking lawmakers from getting paid, but Congress is blocked from changing its pay until the next Congress is sworn in by the 27th Amendment. It's weird how they did that. They protect themselves. It's weird how they just keep protecting themselves. Today I learned that the Chinese love schadenfreude when it comes to pot stickers. Okay. So Delta suspends special services for lawmakers. So Atlanta story. I waited 3 hour lines after going to training in Alabama. Why did I do it? I missed my flight. No one besides Atlanta Airport just sucks ass. Yeah. I've had layovers in Atlanta, and it's a pain in the ass. Like they'll tell you this is where you got to go. You get off your plane. You got to switch planes. Go to this other plane. And it's like it's on all the way on the other side of the airport. It's in a different concourse. It's in a different gate and all that stuff. So you got to go all the way over. It takes you 40, 25, 30 minutes to get all the way on the other side of the airport. You get there and they go, well, we changed it. Now it's back at the other place. I've had that happen 3 separate times with layovers in Atlanta. And I'll never, ever, ever take a layover in Atlanta again. Elections are supposed to have consequences. Justice delayed is justice denied, so the expression goes. I am tired of acquiescence. What we need is a disruption to the status quo. Lawmakers, that should be changed to lawbreakers. Yes, I agree. I concur. So yes, we saw this. Let's see. What's this here?
Chaos at airports all across the country. ICE agents are now filling in for TSA officers in at least 14 of the nation's major airports. Wait times at security checkpoints are soaring as a record number of TSA agents call out of work. And this all comes as TSA officers are going without pay due to that partial DHS shutdown. So let's bring in CBS News correspondent Skylar Henry, who's been at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport in Atlanta all morning long. So Skylar, during the morning show, we were tracking your progress through the line. Talk to me about how it went and what's it looking like right now.
Yeah, well, I think to say that we are back to normal may be a little premature, but there is certainly a minimal wait time as it relates to the main checkpoint here at Hartsfield-Jackson. Folks are getting through these security checkpoints in about roughly 30 minutes or so. Earlier today, that morning rush is where we saw those long lines, especially in TSA pre-check that snaked all the way outside of the airport in and of itself, as many people were trying to make sure that they got here early enough so that they didn't have to either miss or rebook their flight going forward. Really what we have seen all across the country is this game of whack-a-mole, if you will, right, in terms of log jams happening in these airports, especially what we're seeing as it relates to images out of Houston, Texas, and New Orleans, some cases here in Atlanta, where these lines stretch so far because the number of TSA callouts have hit the highest levels ever since this partial government shutdown began. Here in Atlanta, more than 40% of TSA officers called out on Sunday. Those numbers continue to be relatively high. Yesterday, we should also point out that they expect those numbers to continue to increase as those TSA officers are on track to miss that second full paycheck on Friday. And so I think a lot of people, especially the ones that we have spoken with, have talked about not only the plan that they've had to put together to ensure that they make it to their destinations on time, but they're also pointing fingers up on Capitol Hill, trying to say that Congress needs to do something in order to not only make sure that these TSA officers are paid, but to make sure that DHS is fully funded. And I think that is the impasse that we are seeing, especially in Washington right now. We know that Democrats have tried to propose measures that would include funding certain aspects of DHS, namely getting these TSA officers paid. We know that Republicans, especially the president, says that he wants them to move forward with the Save America Act before any sort of progress is made there. So we will see what happens in the days moving forward, because it certainly is a lot of frustrated travelers all across the country.
Yeah, I bet. And, you mentioned that this is a little bit of a game of whack-a-mole. We teased in our intro that have deployed ICE agents in a number of different airports to help out with the lines. Have we seen what kind of an impact it's had, if any?
Kelly, I'd say it's been cosmetic, so to speak, in that they have been here patrolling certain aspects of the terminal, engaging minimally with travelers, at least in the day or so that they have been here.
All right, well, yeah, whatever. So we don't want to see anymore. So absence soared among TSA agents due to the impact on resources. Long-standing government shutdown. Delta will temporarily suspend the special services. So that's what they're doing. They're suspending the special services, which is good. Let's do this. I wanted to pop in here real quick. TV reporter finds that the dumbest spring breakers in America, who the F is the Ayatollah? Huh.
Not personally. I'm legal.
Getting a tan on the beach. That's the most important thing in my life right now.
I'm thinking about Starbucks, to be honest. I'm thinking.
Yeah, okay. These are dummies. All right, whatever. So Georgia school weapons detector bill clears the Senate committee. My brother lives in Vietnam. He has to fly to Atlanta to fly to Chicago or Seattle from New York every time. It drives him nuts, but he has a 200 million Delta miles to use up. Yeah, Delta, if you fly Delta, you're stopping in Atlanta. Delta stops pretty much if you're taking anything. You're stopping in Atlanta. Yeah, hit the like button. Yeah, hit like. That's right, hit the like button. Yeah, that's crazy. We had at one point we had 700 people watching on YouTube. We didn't got hardly any likes. If I stand here during lunch, I'll continue to hit the like button. I don't know what that means. No, they don't. Hijackers understand after 9/11, the passenger will rush them. TSA's primary job is explosive weapons. They fail the explosive test every single time. Yeah, they do. Fit stomachs, obese brains. Yeah, young people want to have sex. Yeah, that's what they want. So Georgia school weapons bill. Is this going to be?
A proposal to make Georgia's schools safer is a step closer to being reality. Tonight, a state Senate committee passed a bill that would require weapons detection systems at entrances to every public school in Georgia. It comes more than a year and a half after the shooting at Appalachia High School that killed 2 students and 2 teachers. Fox 5's Christopher King spoke with students who were there that day, and he's live at the state capitol tonight with more. Christopher?
Russ, state lawmakers unanimously passed that school safety bill. We spoke with students who were at Appalachia the day of that deadly shooting. They say this proposal could save lives.
The fear, the blood, and the chaos. It is burned into my memory.
The sheer terror forever etched in Daria Lashinska's mind.
On that day, we lost 2 students and 2 teachers. 7 others were injured.
Daria is a junior at Appalachia High School. Investigators say a student killed 2 others and 2 teachers on September 4th, 2024. The gunfire erupted right outside Daria's classroom. She wipes her tears as she recalls that traumatic day.
The place where we used to feel safe turned into a place of nightmare.
On Monday,
this passes unanimously. Thank you very much for
the State Senate Public Safety Committee unanimously approved House Bill 1023. The proposal would place weapons detection systems at the entrances of every public school in Georgia.
It's a very good bill.
Ensuring that weapons cannot come into our public schools is, I think, a first step to make sure that students are safe.
Georgia House Majority Leader Chuck Estration introduced the original bill.
Georgia students deserve to know that they're going to be safe at school, that our schools are a place for learning. Parents need to know when they drop their kids off at school in the morning, they're going to be able to pick them up safe at the end of the day.
Daria is part of Change for Chi. They advocate for school safety. They say this proposal will prevent deadly catastrophes like the one that broke out at Appalachia from happening again.
If there had been weapons detection systems in every place at every entry of the school on that day, that rifle would have never reached our home.
Here's the problem. How do you put weapons detection system at every entrance and exit? You have to have exits where people can get out for fires. They have to have exits every so often. So you're going to have it at every place. What if someone opens a door and lets someone in a side door? You can't block off the side doors. You can't lock them. If you are using a state-run school, you are never safe. I mean, this is the amount of money that's going to go out for this is ridiculous. I mean, like, and this is somebody in my high school had metal detectors at 2 entrances. And that's what the entrances that they opened to come in. But there was side doors that people could come in. Like they could someone would open a door and someone would come in the side door, like a different door on the school, because it was a big school and had doors like every so many feet. There was a door they could open to get out. So that's all I'm saying is it's not like they're saying at every entrance. I mean, you're talking so schools would need like 50 sets of metal detectors, a big school. That's, $10 million for each school, $15 million for each school, and then people got to man them. I mean, that's nuts. And this is a major problem in America. It is. It's a major problem, but I mean, yeah, it's been done for decades and it's never worked. Yeah. Congress has metal detectors to get into the Capitol. Yeah. Ted Cruz tried to introduce a bill allowing schools to use the COVID funds they got to harden them. Democrats said no to it. Yeah. Metal detectors will not prevent violence. No, they don't. How many cameras? Yeah. Project Hail Mary trailer, 3 minutes. I don't think I can watch a trailer on here. That'll definitely get hit. They don't like that stuff at all. They don't like it at all.
Always.
Now, that bill moves on to the full Georgia Senate. It has until the final day to pass, which comes in a little more than a week from now. We're live at the state capitol. Christopher King, Fox 5 News.
Oh. Yeah, so a Georgia Senate safety bill unanimously passed. The high school shooting survivors provide emotional testimony. The bill now moves. A proposal to mandate weapons detection systems at every public school entrance in Georgia is one step closer to becoming a law. Like, what they'll do is, Mark Wynn Webb says segregate. I don't know. I mean, slow down. I'm going slow. How much slower should I go? It says at every public school entrance. So what they'll do is they'll say that they'll have one main entrance of the school, which that's where we'll have the metal detectors. It's not going to be at every entrance of the school. That would cost way too much money. Way too much money. A place of nightmare. What they're saying, the committee heard harrowing testimony from the Appalachia high school students who have survived the gunfire. Daria Lukashenko, a junior, and Sasha Contreras, a senior, are members of the Change for Chi, a group advocating for increased school safety measures. Oh, man. You are reading 2 replies? By the way, the name's Mark Edwin Webb. I liked it better when it was Marked Win Webb. Because you're marked to win, Webb. Marked Edwin Webb. Okay, I'll just call you Mark. The fear, the blood, the chaos. I feel happy not knowing. I left feeling happy not knowing it would be the last time. Huh? The legislation originally introduced by the Georgia House Majority Leader seeks to create a physical barrier against firearms entering school buildings. Ensuring that the weapons cannot come into our public schools is the first step. Georgia students deserve to know when they're going to school that they're going to be safe. I don't know that they'll ever be safe at schools. There's teachers there. If there had been weapons detection systems in every place at every entry of the school that day. That's the thing, at every place, at every entry. How many entries are there? That rifle would have never reached our hallways. Well, I mean, so they're going to have to have, they're going to have like armed guards, right? Because if someone's trying to come in with a weapon, they'll just shoot the people trying to stop them. I mean, I'm just spitballing here, but I don't think someone that's not armed is going to be able to stop somebody armed trying to come in. Parents need to know when they drop their kids off that they are not carrying. Yeah, I guess. So that's that. That's a story. I don't know if it's good or bad, but it's a story. Closing some tabs here. Okay. This House Oversight Committee launches a probe into the rampant hospice fraud in California. These poor white kids should be sent to inner city Chicago for 1 month and see how scared they are. Yeah. Could be. California is being investigated by a powerful congressional committee after the Post exposed rampant hospice fraud that cost taxpayers more than $100 million. Children should actually be safe. You know the answers. I do. I know the answers, but they won't let me say it on YouTube. The House Oversight Committee sent shockwaves across the Golden State on Monday after it launched the bombshell probe into the widespread Medicare fraud on the West Coast. The immigration investigation comes off the back of the Post revelations multiple ghost hospices were allegedly billing the government while operating from buildings that have been abandoned for years. Every school around me has an SRO, school resource officer, and a weapons safe for the parents coming in. Hank says, blacks are scared, else they would not need 20 on 1. I don't know. Yeah, but ideally the answer is in the light. In the light. That's a great Led Zeppelin song. In the light. In the light. The secret network includes empty storefronts, auto part shops, and other officers that were not in use, while other addresses did not exist at all. That's crazy, right? Did not exist at all. A Republican-led House Oversight Committee demanded all documents and communications related to the audits and oversight of the federally funded hospice program be handed over. We waste a lot of money on other things at schools. This would at least make more sense than a lot of crap we do. Yeah, I mean, but all I'm saying is there's no way that they're going to be able to put metal detectors at every single door in a school. They're going to have to say, no, these doors stay locked, can only be opened from the inside, but then someone on the inside opens it and somebody can sneak in. I mean, that's just the bottom line. There's no way they're going to pay that kind of money. It would, because you'd have to have people to man them, because otherwise you could just go around them. It's like the metal detectors they have on the streets in like New York and other places. There's just like in Chicago, they have just on the street, they just have metal detectors. So if people are walking on the street and they walk in between them, it'll go off and they'll be like, that guy's got a gun or something. But you can just walk around them. The only way into and out of the concourse is through the TSA terminal at New Orleans International. They use millimeter wave scanners. They use safe non-ionizing radio waves, a very low power radar. Remove government metal detectors and put them in schools. Okay. Alarm the doors that are openable from the inside. Chair James Comer sent a damning letter to Governor Gavin Newsom claiming that the state has a well-documented history of fraud in its hospice programs and estimated the total amount over $105 million. Chump change. They want to get up into the billions like Minnesota. Letter said, recent reporting has revealed alarming evidence of fraudulent activity in California's hospice programs, including agencies overbilling Medicare and fraudulently enrolling beneficiaries without their knowledge. It added, the committee is concerned your administration does not have sufficient internal controls to prevent or detect fraud and is not conducting proper oversight of these hospice programs. Oh, Life Indifferent has a great PSA to let you guys all know. Please, PSA says, turn on the light before reaching for the stuffed animal in your dog's mouth. It could be a dead bunny instead. That sounds like personal experience. As a result, Americans across the country are paying for California's rampant hospice fraud. Ken Krause says, I personally like the frisk process. Tickle me safe. Tickle me Elmo. The committee said its auditors estimate LA hospice providers overbilled Medicare by at least $105 million in a single year, adding it has seen a 1,500% increase in registrations since 2010, resulting in more than 2,800 providers across the state. A Post investigation earlier this month obtained data detailing hundreds of suspected hospices and home agencies across the state, with numerous instances of agencies listed at the same location. St. Rita's Home Health, which data showed billed Medicare about $4.3 million between 2019 and the first half of 2025, was registered to a vacant Van Nuys strip mall with a for rent sign outside. A similar story was about 6 miles away at North Hollywood, where another building that was listed as operating 12 hospices and home health agencies had the same sign hanging out front. I brought you my toy, Daddy, holding a badly dead, bleeding bunny. The Post contacted several companies and nobody wanted to talk to them. One hung up when asked to confirm its location. Another said it moved, despite still being listed on the CD California Department of Public Health database at the North Hollywood address. A third went to voicemail for Alexander from Southern California Auto. One alleged hospice fraudster had the audacity to show off their $4 million Carmel by the Sea home for a news outlet just days before being arrested and charged with stealing $3.2 million from Medicare. Looks like Gavin Newsom tinted his hair to look like he has wisdom. The Post findings were consistent with what whistleblowers and industry insiders have described elsewhere as an epidemic of Medicare scams. Dr. Mehmet Oz, head of the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services, told the Post that 30 to 40% of all the hospices in America are in Los Angeles, so there's just no way they're all legitimate. He swiftly cut off payments to suspicious operators across the city and said every hospice in the state was under investigation. Okay, sounds good. California gubernatorial candidate Steve Hilton told the Post, until I'm governor next January, it's only through federal investigation and enforcement that we can expect real accountability for Gavin Newsom, who falsely claims that he cleaned up the hospice fraud in California. Newsom came out swinging after the investigation was announced, claiming a moratorium he imposed in 2021 stopped bad actors from entering the system. A spokesman said in 2021, Newsom signed legislation placing a moratorium on new hospice licenses, a policy that remains in effect today, preventing bad actors from entering the system while strengthening oversight of existing providers. The work is delivering results as more than 280 hospices licenses have been revoked over the past 2 years. An additional 300 providers are under investigation. The state continues to take coordinated actions, suspend Medi-Cal payments, revoke licenses, and pursue prosecutions. Experienced hospice provider Kevin Tutujanian, founder of the Arms of Grace Hospice, acknowledged fraud exists but defended the industry. See, Jonah Finn says, my kid's middle school has 2 entrances front back, 1 maintenance delivery, 2 gym doors, 1 emergency shop door. All windows on ground level are fire exits, built in 73. Cop at the front, bulletproof door. Okay. He said blatant fraud is someone who just bills Medicare without individual knowing. That is one thing. But there are organizations trying to do the right thing, but maybe they are just ill-equipped to deliver quality care for whatever reason. The House committee asked Newsom to provide records related to anti-fraud practices, audits, Medicare billing, and other information by April 6th. So we'll see. We'll see what Newsom does, if he backs down or if he tries to dig in and protect the fraud. They have a picture of Nick Shirley here. It says, Republicans launch probe into California's hospice fraud. Somali pirate fraud hospice centers. Yeah. So they launched this investigation. Here's the ground zero for hospice fraud.
What were the medical consequences?
I was terrified.
It's the taxpayer-funded system that's supposed to get you through your final days.
I didn't feel protected. I didn't feel safe.
Hospice care to help those who are dying and their families.
They said you're in hospice. And I said, what? What are you talking about? Do I look like I'm in hospice? She goes, no.
I'm with CBS News. Do you mind opening the door?
A CBS News investigation found it is ripe for fraud, especially in California.
Yep, you can't throw a rock without hitting a hospice.
Hundreds of red-flagged providers vanishing overnight.
Well, there's no hospice there.
Companies accused of overbilling.
How does that make you feel?
Real patients being denied care.
Really sad, because I talk to them every day. I'm sorry.
Costing hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars.
You can't explain that. There's no explaining that.
What's being done about it?
Is my government doing anything to protect my taxpayer dollars?
I share it. I have the frustration.
And why it's costing so much more than money.
It makes me lose faith in the system that is built to protect us.
Wow. That's crazy what's going on, isn't it? It's just nuts. So I expose California's bill of their fraud crisis. We are not the fraudsters.
This is the sound of hospice money.
Could you just answer the question, what's the need for 1,000% increase in hospice care here inside of LA? Do you have the paperwork to enroll a little boy by the name of Joey?
You don't know what's going on.
Well, it says there's 14 children enrolled here on the state of California. That there is $6,000 per beneficiary. Can you give us any explanation? Where can we open a hospice at? Get the Maybach just like you.
California may have the largest amount of fraud in the country, as California is the state with the highest taxes and collects more money than any other state in America. It is filled with fraud. California's version of Medicaid, called Medi-Cal, has more than doubled since 2022 from $108 billion to a proposed $222 billion in 2026. Their population, however, has not grown exponentially. However, their spending has. There has been 1,000% increase in hospice care in the Los Angeles County. In fact, 1 out of every $10 of home health care in America is spent in Los Angeles. On top of that, their government-funded daycare programs are filled with violations. While they continue to give money to these fraudsters, it is estimated that the fraud in California could be in the hundreds of billions of dollars. In this video, we'll be going face to face with these fraudsters, confronting them as they defraud the American taxpayer out of millions and billions of dollars as they live their life.
Man, this is just crazy, right? I mean, look at this stuff.
14 kids enrolled, but 0 present. And then this place was also cited for having missing children's records, and also.
I mean, this is the school stuff, the daycare stuff.
Angels Hospice, they billed $4.8 million per beneficiary. They charged $5,807.
This is the problem, man. Something has to be done with this. It really does. I mean, this is where all our money's going. They're stealing all our money. They're stealing all our money. Keep raise taxes, steal more money, raise taxes, steal our money. It's nuts. It is beyond nuts. And then speaking of someone else, look at this. $580 million in oil trades made minutes before Trump's key Iran announcement draws scrutiny. So did somebody know about this? Somebody know about this?
Markets this morning, we are looking at a weakness in the major averages right now. We're expecting a lower opening for stocks. The Dow Industrials right now down 94, the S&P down 11, and the Nasdaq lower by 36. One of the problems, oil prices. They are higher once again. Brent right now back above $100 a barrel. It is at 102 and change, up 2.5%. Crude oil also higher by 3.5% at 91.21 after that huge sell-off in prices yesterday when the president told us, and I spoke to the president during the show, and he told us that he's giving Iran a 5-day period, and he is stopping the strikes on the electrical infrastructure. Traders are assessing this ongoing Middle East tension. And
I don't know. I'm having like internet issues right now. CF Rob says some company in Florida tried to bill Medicare for me as though I had an artificial limb. $48,000. My Medicare Advantage program caught it. They had my primary care physician's doctor name and my ID. Yeah, it happens all the time, and it looks like nobody cares when you call Medicare about it. The same thing happened with I don't know, my dad. Basically, they were billing Medicare like he was going to. They were billing him for going for dialysis every day when he doesn't. He does home dialysis. He has stuff he fills himself and all this stuff. And yet they were charging for like the doctor every day, like a lot of money. It was like, it turned out like over months. And, you know, and it was like a lot of things to try to call somebody to try to get him to correct and tell him this is not what's happening. You're getting overcharged. He doesn't see a nurse every day. He doesn't go in every day. He does this at home. They're charging you way too much money. And, you know, and this was like, this was a company that's legit, like a legit company that was just charging it wrong and billing it wrong to Medicare and was getting hundreds of thousands of dollars they shouldn't have been getting. I thought it might be Somalia. I usually had to track down a company. It was an Indian man that owns it. I'm sure it's just the foreigners taking advantage of the market like Nansaliv Pulaski's. Yes, oil is speculation. 2 days, 5 days. Next will be another 2 weeks. Yeah. Buy a horse, build a buggy. Yeah, I need medical stuff and myself yet receive none. It is crazy.
Mixed signals around potential de-escalation. Interest rates also on a wild ride. Take a look at yields this morning, and we are once again seeing a creep up here. The 10-year up 2.7 basis.
That's that. It says over $500 million in oil bets were placed just 15 minutes before President Trump announced Monday he would be pausing plans to attack Iran's infrastructure, sending prices plunging. In a narrow window between 6:49 a.m. and 6:50 a.m., so 1 minute, about 6,200 Brent and West Texas Intermediate crude futures trades were placed, a burst of activity valued at $580 million. We had so many extra medical supplies. My dad had home health care for a bit. It makes a lot more sense when it's all a scam. My mom's nurse literally quit due to the amount of fraud and corruption he saw. He said he got into nursing to help people, not scam them. Jim needs medicine. Buy a weed. No, I don't need medicine. Around the same time, volumes in the S&P futures also spiked, with equities markets beginning to move higher just moments later. At 7:04 a.m., Trump posted to Truth Social that the U.S. had engaged in productive conversations with Iran and signaled a pause in planned strikes, a message that caught markets off guard. Oil prices quickly plunged, with crude falling more than 10% on the day, while stock futures surged as investors dialed back expectations of a prolonged conflict. What's this one say? It was not known exactly how the trades were positioned, though the flurry of activity suggests the bets were on falling oil prices. In that case, whoever placed the wagers would have been poised to reap a handsome profit. Later Monday, Iran's parliamentary speaker pushed back, denying any negotiations had taken place, triggering another bout of volatility across the global markets. It remains unclear whether the trades were placed by a single entity or multiple players. There's no evidence that the trades involved insider information. No, just very, very, convenient time stuff. So has Congress revealed how many of them were trading in oil? No. All AI trading? Could be. We need a GOP Congress to put DOGE in as a permanent fraud search department to search all departments for any type of fraud. That would be nice. That would be really nice. A White House spokesman told the Financial Times that any suggestion that officials profited from insider knowledge was baseless and irresponsible. Still, the timing of the trades just minutes before a market-moving announcement has raised eyebrows on Wall Street. And a sad thing is, even a lot of the legit medical profession take part in the big pharma drug grift. Congress passed a law about stocks to make their trading public. Retail traders have piled into the oil bets in recent weeks, pouring record sums into funds tied to crude prices as volatility surged. Flows in the United States Oil Fund, which tracks U.S. oil futures under the ticker USO, hit a record $115 million over a 5-day stretch, while options activity tied to the fund climbed to its highest level on record. The rush has drawn comparisons to so-called meme stock frenzies, with small investors chasing sharp swings in oil markets. Activity also jumped in leveraged oil products such as ProShares USO fund, underscoring a growing appetite among retail traders to wager on violent moves in crude. Wow. This story, U.S. Central Command touts continued strikes on Iran after Trump pauses attacks on energy targets. That's right. When Trump said they were pausing attacks, he didn't mean all attacks. He just meant on their energy targets. He's not going to hit their oil fields. He's not going to hit their power plants. So that's where they're at with that. It keeps looking like the same things over and over again. I don't know. The U.S. is continuing to aggressively strike Iran after President Trump imposed a 5-day pause on the attacks against energy infrastructure in Tehran. Following a very good, productive conversations with the crumbling regime. Cheers. Cough nurses. Yeah. U.S. Central Command made clear that non-energy targets within Iran are still very much in play as Trump conveys optimism about the possibility of cutting some sort of deal with the Islamic Republic by the end of the week. U.S. forces continue to aggressively strike Iranian military targets with precision munitions, CENTCOM declared on social media with footage of a facility getting blown up. That's the one they just showed. U.S. Central Command, which coordinates American military operations in the Middle East, did not disclose what specific target was struck in the video. Earlier in the day, Trump announced after the 2 days of negotiations with representatives of Iran that he has decided to halt the attacks on Tehran's power plants and infrastructure for 5 days. And somehow a single tomahawk hit a school. Yeah. I didn't think they said it was a tomahawk that hit the school. Those usually don't miss. The announcement, which came shortly before the New York Stock Exchange opened, prompted a massive rebound within the stock market, prompting the Dow Jones to jump over 630 points after weeks of decline. But key officials in Iran quickly disputed Trump's claims, with Iran's parliamentary speaker, Mohammad Baghdad Galbayev, denying the talks took place. No negotiations would be held with the U.S., and fake news is used to manipulate the financial and oil markets and escape the quagmire in which the U.S. and Israel are trapped, he said. Tomahawks can't miss. Tomahawks have redundant targeting. They have like GPS. They have satellite. Well, GPS, satellite, same thing. And then they also have the internal system, and they all go off each other, so they don't miss. Iran's foreign ministry also hit back. They also have like a pre-programmed thing inside where it's like a pre-programmed map, so they know exactly where they got to fly and make turns. So it's like, I think they have 3 systems inside of them that make it so they don't miss. He said that the remarks by the U.S. president are efforts to reduce energy prices and buy time to implement his military plans. Trump didn't disclose the Iranian official with whom his administration held talks, fretting that he couldn't divulge that because I don't want to get him killed. He claimed the special envoy held talks for his administration. Plus, the angle of the strike was too wrong, too vertical. Yeah, the Tomahawks don't come in like this. They come in like this. Like they're like not high up. They're like low. They fly like 500 feet above the ground. Then they go. Like Iran foreign minister acknowledged before Trump's announcement that he had talks with Turkish counterpart. In the past, Turkey has mediated negotiations between the U.S. and Iran. Communication, as you know, has been blown to pieces. They were able to talk to each other, but we've had strong talks. If all goes well, we're going to end up settling this. Otherwise, we'll keep bombing our little hearts out. The president also stressed the U.S. wants the nuclear dust. Operation Epic Fury attacks on Iran began February 28th. Trump is seeking $200 billion military supplemental package from Congress to replenish America's military stockpiles. The school that was hit by the Tomahawk was purposely built against a military facility. They used civilians to protect themselves. Notice the second that Tucker said the CIA was going to refer him to the DOJ, he and the propagandist media stopped talking or writing about the school. Yeah, that was weird, right? Math sucks. They can be programmed to go up and then down if needed. Well, I know, but what I'm saying is they're not ballistic missiles. They don't come in from a high thing and then down. They follow like low to the earth. They can go up and down to go over structures and stuff like that. So, Says the U.S. to continue Iran strikes. 5-day pause applies only to energy sites. They fly low to evade the radar, but why couldn't they climb and strike? They could, I guess, but there's no reason for it. Wow. Okay. We got Philly DA Larry Krasner threatens ICE agents working at the airport with arrest. The president cannot pardon you. I will put you in handcuffs, and if necessary, I'll put you in a jail cell. Krasner has promised to hunt down ICE agents like Nazis. What?
This is how it works. You commit crimes within the jurisdiction that is the city and county of Philadelphia, I prosecute you. That is how it works. No, I don't take a phone call from the president saying let him go. No, the president cannot pardon you. I'll say it again. The president cannot pardon you. And yes, I will put you in handcuffs, and I will put you in a courtroom, and if necessary, I will put you in a jail cell. If you decide to make the terrazzo floor of this airport anything like what you did in the streets of Minneapolis, which involved the criminal homicide of unarmed, innocent people. We are not having that here. But let me go back to all ICE agents who are going to keep their oath, who are going to follow the law and uphold the Constitution of the United States. Thank you for keeping your oath.
This fucking guy, I swear to God, man. This fucking guy. From January, source back DA, he will hunt down ICE agents in comparison to Nazis.
This is a small bunch of wannabe Nazis. That's what they are. In a country of 350 million, we outnumber them. If we have to hunt you down the way they hunted down Nazis for decades, we will find your identities. We will find you. We will achieve.
Oh my God. That's just crazy shit, man. Crazy shit. Crazy shit. A viral video showing ICE is detaining a woman at Sunday night. They scanned passenger list, tipped off ICE she was planning to fly to Miami. Yeah, this is a lie. She entered the U.S. illegally, had an outstanding deportation order from 2019. This is the woman they're claiming stopped, and it actually wasn't even the right thing. That woman was oh, this is a good thing. SCOTUS Slamulito calls out liberals, KGB, and Sotomayor for. Let's see what he has to say.
I believe that both you and Justice Sotomayor and Justice Jackson on several occasions have used the phrase arriving at. I think you said you arrived at your house, but that's not the term that is in the statute. Do you think there is no difference between arriving at a location and arriving in the location? Does a person arrive in the house when the person is not in the house and is knocking at the door, asking to be admitted to the house?
Yes, I think here the door is open. The officer is standing on the other side of the threshold.
Oh my God, this just makes no sense.
I believe that.
That makes no sense. It's crazy. It's crazy. CNN's Christiana Poor exposes Trump's massive lie. She confirms the White House admits off-the-record peace talks with Iran are completely fake. Oh, yeah. Nobody is talking to this fucking clown at the White House. Well, here, check this out. Got Ilhan Omar's daughter. Come on, stop. Ilhan Omar's daughter is wearing a Welcome to Minneapolis t-shirt. Showing Minneapolis burning. Did you look at the ICE Air American International Returns meme I DM'd you? No, I didn't see it. Did you DM it to me on X? The communist daughter of a sitting U.S. congressman travels to Cuba, funded by a commie billionaire Roy Singham, and Ellen Omar says she's proud. Yeah. I saw a Welcome to Minneapolis t-shirt you were wearing, which references the burning of the 3rd precinct. Can you tell me more about it, what it means to you? Yeah, there's Ilhan Omar's daughter. Welcome to Minneapolis, showing the burning of the precinct. I mean, what the hell? Look at it. The burning police precinct. They're proud of them burning the police precinct down. It's crazy. Border Hawk can confirm the Mexican national charged with attempted murder for slicing a woman's throat and leaving her to die in Salt Lake City is an illegal alien from Mexico. ICE urges Utah politicians not to release Mexican illegal charge with slitting woman's throat. And how could this even be a thing? I mean, what is going on in Utah? What is going on in Utah? Think about what Scummer actually did here. He blocked TSA funding to prevent ICE from doing its job. Trump responded by deploying ICE directly to airports. Now ICE is checking IDs at the airport, at the front door, before anyone even reaches TSA screening, and Trump has declared it permanent. As usual, the Demunists have egg on the face when the facts come out. Community note subtards. Yeah. That's crazy. Anyway, wow. What is going on here? Federal authorities have confirmed the suspect charged with attempted murder for slashing a woman's throat is an illegal alien. They're Mormons. Wait till the Mormons get pissed. They have a good record. They don't have a good record when pissed. Yeah. Well, are they going to get pissed? Are they being told that this is what they're supposed to do or something? Maybe there's still Mormons that want to be separate, their own country. I don't know. That's what it kind of seems like to me. They want to cause some kind of issue so that they can declare their own country. The horrific attack unfolded March 18th in Salt Lake City. Police responded to reports of a woman crying and moaning in the alley and found the victim a short time later. Surveillance footage reportedly showed the victim trapped under a wheelbarrow before emerging and stumbling through the alley in apparent physical distress. Investigators identified the suspect, a 30-year-old Jesus Alejandro Ramirez Padilla, was taken into custody a short time later. Ramirez Padilla has reportedly told authorities he and the woman smoked meth together and admitted he had been having thoughts of killing someone, and today he decided he was going to kill the woman. Yes. Utah is fast turning blue. Governor's a rhino who leans left. Yep. Jesus said he strangled the woman from behind, and they were both standing until she became unconscious and fell to the ground. Once on the ground, he placed his hands over her neck and choked her. Jesus said he wanted to take the woman out of her misery and then use a blade to cut her throat 2 or 3 times. Jesus told detectives he intended to kill the woman and that his state of mind was altered because he ingested drugs. Wow. He came all up on this all on his own about my state of mind was altered because they're ingesting drugs. What is happening in Utah is what is happening everywhere out west. Stupid California has moved out because it's problems spreading their bad policies that caused it. It's crazy, it is. It's crazy, it is. Ank, gifting 1 Jim Tells You membership. Thank you so much, Ank. Let's see who got it. It says Gas Demon 2527 received a gifted membership. That puts us now at $24 to add an extra hour to the show. Thank you so much. Most Mormons are like Mitt Romney. Yeah. Mexican national without any U.S. identifying documents charged with attempted murder of a woman in Salt Lake City. What is going on? Why is this doing this to me? Housing bed A, number, doesn't show what he is. The statement provided exclusively to Border Hawk Department of Homeland Security revealed that Ramirez Padilla is illegal alien from Mexico who entered the U.S. at an unknown location at time. ICE has lodged a detainer against Ramirez Padilla and is urging local authorities not to release him. We are calling on politicians not to release this person. There's this 25-year-old that was raped by the person. We saw that earlier. Sanctuary Things. Update: Venezuelan illegal unleashed by Biden arrested for the ambush murder of the college girl in Sanctuary, Chicago. A homicidal Peruvian or arsonist arrested by ICE in Nashville after his daughter tells school officials he might kill her mother. What is going on? What is going on? It's crazy. That's crazy. We got this. Holy crap. Hakeem Jeffries isn't sure that the illegal who killed the woman in Chicago should be deported.
An illegal immigrant has been charged with murdering a college student in Chicago last week. Do House Democrats believe if he's convicted, he's someone who should be deported?
I'll look into the case.
Do you expect any an illegal?
I'll look into it. I will look into it. Wow. Democrats want foreign murderers roaming free in our communities. He really said it. Oh, yeah, this is right. I saw this earlier. I wanted to show this. I don't know. I got so much stuff, it's hard to get through it all. But these people we care about most, the undocumented migrants, he actually said it. Wow.
The negotiation didn't have a path to citizenship. It was entirely on their terms in order to get Ukraine funding, right?
Well, I mean, Chris, that's been a failed play for 20 years. So you are right that has been the Democratic strategy for 30 years, maybe. And it has failed to deliver for the people we care about most, the undocumented Americans that are in this country.
Undocumented Americans that are in this country. How could anyone vote for a demon rat? Any American citizen. He just said it. The people we care about most, the undocumented Americans. Calling them undocumented Americans. How is this fucking person an elected official to represent the U.S. public? U.S. citizens. They care most about illegal aliens. He just said it. They care most about illegal aliens. He said it. I'm gonna play it again.
Maybe. And it has failed to deliver for the people we care about most, the undocumented Americans that are in about most, the undocumented, or the people we care about most, the undocumented Americans that are in, for the people we care about most, the undocumented Americans that are in this country, for the people we care about most, the undocumented Americans that are in this country, deliver for the people we care about most, the undocumented Americans that are in this country.
So it's the people they care about most. Yes, they are number one. We are number two. I don't even think we're number two. Honestly, I don't even think we're number two. We're probably a lot further. There's no such thing as an undocumented American. I don't even think we're number two, honestly. I think number two is the Muslims to them. Honestly. It's understandable, Jim. Those are their voters. Yeah, clearly. And that's why they don't want ICE. That's why they don't want ICE around polling places, because they want them illegals voting. That's it. That's the bottom line. Murphy is waiting for the Ukrainian laundered money. Immediate mental exam. Yeah. He brought up Article 25. Something needs to happen, man. This is just crazy.
The negotiation.
I'm sorry. I played it a few too many times, probably. New York City taxpayers will be redistributing $2 million to Zoran's socialist buddies so they can deliver the Democratic Socialists of America's message to the masses. Right here, ready? Mondami's new mass engagement office set to hire 14 staffers in six-figure roles. Look at, yeah. Proactive community outreach led by Tasha Van Auken. Mayor Zandani's newly formed mass engagement arm will shell out cushy six-figure salaries totaling nearly $2 million in taxpayer cash to more than a dozen activist-minded hires. The Mondami administration is seeking to fill 14 spots in the loosely defined Mayor's Office of Mass Engagement that aims to bring the Democratic Socialists of America's mobilization model to City Hall. Mass engagement hires will net cushy six-figure salaries. Mondami's mass engagement hires will net cushy salaries totaling $2 million. That one guy weighs six figures. Looking for work, comrade? Mayor Mondami's newly formed mass engagement arm will shell out a cushy six-figure salary totaling nearly $2 million and taxpayer cash to more than a dozen activist-minded hires. The Mondami administration is seeking to fill 14 posts to bring the Democratic Socialists of America's mobilization model to City Hall. The Soviet Politburo called, they want their job announcement back. One Democrat strategist quipped. The only undocumented Americans in this country are from Canada and all countries in Central and South America. They are actually Americans, but not U.S. citizens. This fucking guy, man. Like, the shit that he's doing with the Ramadan celebrations and the Eid and all the other shit and putting the prayer rugs down in City Hall and all, like, this is violating the Constitution, separation of church and state. Like, it really is. Like, they try to put a fucking Christmas tree up or something and they go ape shit. But this is fine, what he's doing. Mandami said he wants to bring the ground game of the DSA into City Hall. The slate of well-paid worker bees will be tasked with building out a volunteer system for local advocacy campaigns, both citywide and for individual boroughs through co-governance. Co-governance. What is co-governance? According to the job postings, the description of for various gigs, including campaign directors, borough directors, community liaisons, all read like a playbook for the New York City DSA's ground game that helped elect the young socialist to the city's highest office. He's a communist. Yes, they are from the Americas, but not Americans. No one from Mexico wants to be called an American. I'm old enough to remember when the mayor's office didn't need co-governance with anybody. It's not known how much City Hall has allocated for the mayoral office, aside from roughly $1.6 million in salary for open positions, and more than $250,000 for the commissioner. A commissar is what they would be called in communism. Yeah, a longtime DSA member, Tasha Van Auken, served as Mandami's field director during the campaign, will lead the office that's broadly billed as being responsible for strategizing, coordinating, and executing on engagement that reached masses of everyday New Yorkers. One listing that took some insiders back was campaign director post paid $140 to $150, and they said it mirrors the work of political campaign staffers. That fool called Kilmar Brigo Garcia his constituent and thinks that Americans, in that sense, not talking about the hemisphere. Yeah. The name American comes from Italian explorer Amerigo Vespucci. The first known to use it dates to 1507. This is them. This is what's in there. The duties include develop strategy, process, and metrics of success for scalable campaigns that help New Yorkers join town halls, training, canvasses, and other events that forge relationships and leadership develop among regular New Yorkers. It's just crazy. Why does the mayor just call it the director of re-election political get out the vote using government money? So just get over it. A democrative rage. The newly created post of Deputy Director of Co-Governance, which comes with a comfortable $150,000 salary, particularly raised eyebrows in political circles. The position will be tasked with creating internal co-governance training to build interagency understanding of co-governance. So people that weren't elected. I unfortunately heard Andrew Comer talking about this on the radio. He sounded like a Republican talking about Mandami's communist voters. This is just nuts. We're coming up on 4 hours, so just so everyone knows, if you're on Instagram or Facebook, the show's going to end at 4 hours. The rest of the show is going to continue for about another 15 minutes, it seems. We got about 20 minutes left on the rest of the show. Right now. Longtime DSA member Tasha Van Auken will be receiving a $250,000 for a new position. Is she going to pass that around to the rest of the people because she believes in communism? I'm afraid that we're close to being pushed too far, like the story of the man who just wanted to be left alone. What's happening when frontier justice starts happening? I don't know what took Mike. Something, hopefully. The language is almost identical to what the New York City DHA co-chair Grace Musser called for in her manifesto last year, building municipal socialism in New York with the DSA. We have a model for winning mass campaigns. We have a model for true co-governance with legislatures. Now we will bring our experience to City Hall. What's their model? Maoist in China? Soviet Politburo? Once it says, the Americas, sometimes collectively called America, are a landmass comprising the totality of North America and South America when viewed as a single continent. The Americas are the second largest continent by area after Asia and the third largest continent by population. calling for the DSA to infiltrate city political ranks. The other roles posted were 2 deputy borough directors, 3 borough managers, 3 borough leads, 2 community liaisons, 2 campaign managers. Borough leads have the lowest salary of $80,000 to $90,000. Borough managers will potentially represent City Hall during emergencies throughout the city instead of the mayor's office. In emergencies, borough managers will be asked to be on the scene to represent the mayor's office. A job posting reads, emergencies include but aren't limited to blackouts, tragic deaths, high-profile crimes, fires where people are impacted, and water main breaks, street collapses. So they'll be the people that'll run around screaming, hands up, don't shoot, shit, when the cops shoot an armed criminal. Actually, moderate Dems are getting tired of this crap. Hopefully they'll push Bruce Blakeman over the line. He can fire Mandami. ICE agents at the polling places could do it. Maybe. It's unclear whether the office will be limited to these 15 total spots or if Mandami plans to grow the ranks further in the future. Democrat strategist Ken Friedman said the current open gigs were duplicative. There are already people overseeing city services throughout the 5 bureaus. They're called commissioners and deputy commissioners. Why would a campaign director be on city payroll, paid for by taxpayers? Mandami should pay the campaign's directors from his campaign funds. The office has already been compared to former Bill de Blasio's taxpayer-funded PR machine that churned out more than 250 YouTube videos in the first 2 years in office. There are over-the-top vids where produced by Blas's former campaign workers and drew criticism, including that he was using City Hall for his own personal political purposes. Former President Barack Obama had created a similar apparatus to push his agenda when in office, but he set up a nonprofit to help the implementation of his policies. None of the people were paid on the taxpayer dime. The new City Hall job postings come as Mandami cries poverty to Albany, calling on Kathy Hochul and the state legislature to hike taxes on the wealthy over the Big Apple's purported $5.4 billion budget gap. City Hall did not comment. So they want to raise taxes on everybody, and they want to tax like all types of crazy taxes. They want a 50% tax on you when you die if you have over $750K, which anybody who owns a house in New York has over $750K. It's good to know that the New York City budget deficit isn't affecting his friends. Cuomo was no moderate until Mandami made him one. Yeah, it's nuts what can happen. It really is. I've got this. This brief story from Shipwreck Crew. He says, regarding contacts between Judge Howell and Jack Smith's SEO when she was chief judge in district court. By local rule, all disputes with regard to grand jury matters are heard and decided by the chief judge. In early 2023 time frame reflected in the memo that has been released by Senator Grassley, there are comments reflecting communications with Judge Howell. This predates both indictments obtained by the SEO. As such, there was no pending case with the named defendant, who was the opposing party. The rules authorize ex parte one-sided communications between prosecutors and the chief judge. If witnesses served a grand jury subpoena moved to quash in some manner, that makes them a party to at least that dispute. But before such a filing happens, there's no ethical or legal obligation with the prosecution being in contact with the chief judge. There should always be a court reporter recording everything, though, and any rulings by the judge are always subject to appeal. What troubles me is the text in the memo is a suggestion which was borne out by events that followed that Judge Howell desired to resolve all the issues involving witness privilege before she stepped down as chief judge. Replaced by Boasberg. So far as I'm aware, she ruled almost entirely in favor of the SEO on every dispute. It was unlikely that Judge Boasberg, after taking over, would reverse any of her prior rulings. The remedy for any aggrieved party would have been the appeals court. I'm troubled by the apparent desire because from what my handful of experiences before her, including on jury trial, the one unmistakable aspect of her conduct as judge is she's never in doubt about her decisions, and her decision-making was 100% against anyone connected to the Trump administration. SB Farmer says, UFO scientists are dropping like flies. I saw that. The sentiment across these reports is that the judicial pie wasn't just influenced by ideology, it was completely consumed by it. As Margot Cleveland testified, the use of prohibited access to bypass due process suggests a system that no longer cares about the appearance of objectivity, of fairness, and the achievement of political Kash Patel now heading the FBI. Senator Grassley releasing internal memos. The secret spy master is being forced into the light. Equal under the law must mean something. It must mean something. Yeah, Democrat D.C. U.S. District Judges illegally worked with in secret Biden special counsel. Just around the corner, the next Chief Justice of 13th seat SCOTUS. Probably. Nothing will be done. Wow. Nothing will be done. Nothing will be done. Yeah. Representative Tim Burchett says that UFO scientists found dead after testifying to Congress about UFO files. Something dark is going on. I know these scientists and researchers, they have testified. We've got to get to the bottom of it. Here's a list of the mysterious disappearances and deaths. Wow.
The GOP suggests there might be a conspiracy play. Well, they ought to start thinking there is, because the FBI shows up when the guy's missing. He had some... Everybody's thinking it's UFO, but he had some nuclear secrets. There's just too many of them disappearing, Benny. Nothing happens by coincidence in this town or around this town. Something's going on. It was the week after the president announced he was going to start releasing some of those files too. So America needs to start paying attention.
Some of the UFO files?
Yep. And that may be coincidental, but we had several folks have left this earth or disappeared that had some close proximity to a lot of that. And that's been going on for a while. That's nothing new.
Do you have any direct knowledge? I mean, you've gone into these classified briefings. Do you have any direct knowledge of this? Did you know any of these guys?
Possibly.
So you're telling me that right after President Trump said to declassify all the UFO stuff, that the UFO experts that you have personal knowledge of and that you have personal connection to, they've gone missing or wound up dead?
Well, one did, the one everybody's looking for, and it's pretty, I don't know the circumstances. He left with a 38 in his holster, and you're never going to convince me otherwise. I don't care what they find. I don't care what they find at this point. My wife said it the other day, how does somebody disappear in this day and age? How do they disappear?
So it looks like this is...
I just think there's a lot going on. We got to get to the bottom of it. And and I talked to the president about that. He asked me what I thought, and I said, Mr. President, I think it's just like an onion. You just keep peeling it back. There's that lady right there. She had metallurgical knowledge, some of our missiles and stuff, and it's just too much, Benny. Too much is going on right now.
Advanced aerospace propulsion and plasma physics, fusion and rocket tech is the individual who's recently gone missing. Well, that sure as hell sounds like working on the UFO project. Right?
Yeah. Well, in every department, and I see NASA right there, and NASA says they don't have anything. We don't have any files. We don't have any. Well, what the heck did I get briefed on by those knuckleheads? I'm over it. I'm over it. We're not going to get this. And when I'm told in a setting that the president is on some of this stuff is on a need to know basis, I mean, what the heck does that mean?
Start keeping it.
That's the issue right there.
They're withholding from the commander in chief information.
I think so. 100% do. And I don't know how you get it back. I mean, what do you fire a whole department? I mean, everybody says, yeah, you ought to do that. Well, you can't do that. There's national security implications. There's all this other stuff. So you got to put the people in charge. I think that's what Trump's done. And that's another reason they want him out. Well, these old timers up here in both parties don't like it because he's rocked their boats, upset their little retirement plans.
I know you got to go, Congressman. You're telling me that Independence Day is like the scene in Independence Day where the president walks down in Area 51 And they're like, oh, this was just a need to know basis. Well, why the hell didn't you tell me? This is a need to know basis. You tell me that's real?
That's crazy, isn't it? That's crazy. Wow. That's nuts. That's nuts. Okay, let's see. Let me see if I find a couple more things to talk about. I ran a little short tonight. I didn't expect to go so long tonight. Oh, here we go. This is good. CNN had to go back on their claims that President Trump lied about holding talks with Iran. Got the name changed to Satan. Spit on it. I don't know what the hell's going on. Danish PM called snap election, thought her anti-Trump stance would landslide her. Instead, her party has plurality but lost about 12 seats. Neither coalition has majority. Moderate coalition kingmaker. Yeah. We're now learning from a senior Iranian source that there has been outreach between the U.S. and Iran, and so the Iranian source is what CNN needs to verify the president in the United States says. No matter what the Iranian regime gave CNN access to report, you guys don't really think the president is briefed on everything you did, you? I don't know, let's see.
The Situation Room, we're now learning from a senior Iranian source that there has been an outreach between the U.S. and Iran. The source tells CNN that this was initiated by Washington. With us now, CNN military analyst, retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton, and CNN global affairs analyst Kim Dozier. Kim, what do you make of this development?
The U.S. just blinked. I mean, we already saw it in the series of changing tweets or truths from President Trump. You know, one day he's like, the war's about to end. The next day, we're going to obliterate your energy facilities. And then the next day, we think there are talks.
The Situation Room, we're now learning.
That's crazy. Wow.
Good morning, folks. Welcome, observers. It is Tuesday, March 24th, 2026. Today, we're going to peek in on the sun. We've got seismicity, a prettier chart showing the KP index forecast bias. We've got solar stroke risk and solar storm grid risk in the journals. And we're starting with the last 24 hours on our star, where there wasn't much in the way of solar flaring or eruptive behavior. Incoming coronal hole is small, tons of filaments on the south there, and coming over the limb, top left, we've got brightness. The eruption threats to Earth today and tomorrow are from those filaments, but the sunspot situation is growing. Remember, folks, for about the last 60 days, we've been saying the next Riger cycle uptick should be around the end of March to the middle of April. Sunspots are back on the rise here as we enter the last week of the month. Solar wind and geomagnetic conditions are calming now after a few days of multi-impact geomagnetic storm conditions. We are expecting quiet today. The seismic uptick in Tonga the last several days were in fact 4 shocks. Main shock at magnitude 7.5 struck last night. Luckily, it was far enough offshore and over 200 kilometers deep, so damage was minimalized. Folks, here's a prettier version of yesterday's graph with the data extended back to 1965. For the first 35 years or so, they were hitting their mark of better safe than sorry, overestimating KP index by nearly a point. As Earth becomes more vulnerable to space weather while our magnetic poles are shifting, magnetic field is weakening, their estimation bias has gone negative. They are now underestimating the solar storms. We have even better data and models now, so why are they failing? Again, Earth's disaster cycle. Folks, it was just a week ago we hit this paper on solar storms and stroke risk. Author appears to be shooting for the stars this year, as another one just dropped, and it's even better. 40-year statistical analysis with huge numbers, major correlations, and with the stated attempt to begin using space weather to send warnings to high-risk cardiac patients. Maybe what they should be doing or not doing, what they should be eating, etc. Solid move if you ask me. Lastly, on the article front today, I kind of feel bad that I laughed at this. New Zealand, my 10-year streak of having literally no good news for you continues today. Every solar storm is different. They have different effects, and different parts of the world feel them each time. Except New Zealand, which seems to take strong induction every single time, no matter what, and at one of the highest levels on the planet. Between that, the waves in Taupo, Live somewhere else, please. Folks, master the disaster survival.
Wow, that was great. I love this update. I did see you have a rant there. You have a rant come in from Spuds. Thank you so much, Spuds. First rant of the evening, $20, rally time. Unfortunately, Spuds, I don't think we're gonna rally it away. I'll have to, maybe if you want me to credit it for another night, because I'm out of stories for tonight. I was gonna end after 4 hours. Although that 20 did put us within $5 of another hour. I don't have another hour's worth of content to talk about tonight. Heard all this on Oppenheimer Ranch products. Someone is copying somebody. Well, I don't know. I like this guy. I never checked out Oppenheimer Ranch, but thank you so much, Spud, for the 20. Greatly appreciated. But I think this is going to be it for the show tonight. We went over 4 hours, and I don't have nothing else to talk about. I'm sorry. And I'll send you guys over to this third Rallify. They're having a good credit towards another night. All right, I'll credit it towards tomorrow night. A great marathon stream. Give the map a different feel, Persian. But anyway, I'll see you all. Thank you for coming by. I'll send you over to see Third Rallify. They're on YouTube and Rumble. They're talking about stuff. So thank you all. Come on back tomorrow night for Jim to tell you the news. Tomorrow night's going to be a late night show. It's going to be like 11 or 12 tomorrow night. So it's not going to be early. But thank you all for being here. I don't think so anyway. Thank you all, and good night.